a few steps and just throw a pebble. It's just water and debris and mud. So this water table, it has risen slowly over since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened is, this is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawara, the net to the fine. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple of times a year, and fantastic place. But they are one of they're a food poor in terms of like the net biggest importer of wheat. They need all the agriculture they can get. The Fayum is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the ViralRabbi Canal that's been cut in there in like the 80s and 40s. Thank God I built the Suez Canal, made it. Cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of like, all right, we've got all this agriculture happening, we've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, like there's a low dam the British built in like 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. There's still a monument to Egyptian Soviet Union friendship as the dam's pretty cool. But when they build that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation that grows. Everyone, we always talk about the Nile flooding, right? Every year that rains in Africa and the south, in this huge flood that comes up the Nile, and it floods out. You get this deposit of black mud and real fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens, it seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's less water in the Nile. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. So you have essentially more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. So you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working at the labyrinth. I mean, talking like, it's not an easy problem to solve on an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems. And then, so what I think the option Zahir might have been left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what sort of gain. It'll probably be a decade before that place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. We basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive, and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation, that it's just easier to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this. This doesn't exist. Let's just go on, fill the tickets on the Giza Plateau and pump the water out to the Fayum.
How short-sighted. Now, when you say millions, are you just going to say dollars, or are you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the remediation project at Hawara would not be it's not a simple thing. And in fact, they did do, there was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition in like, this was 2009, Cairo University along with a Polish university went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, like what direction they were doing geological test bits and all these boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail by, again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried to jump for what? I guess for working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though, that's what they say, is that he was jailed because he allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. And this is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out like a decade after they'd done it. And I dig it up on the internet. I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting. But even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallows, like it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging like remediation wells, put in pumps and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive site, and then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out, start to excavate.
Could it be done without interrupting the farmers?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the ViralRabbi canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
Someone needs to holler at Japanese.
someone already on.
Someone in some deep pockets. Yeah, don't you want to know?
Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, Burrows and the geoscan stuff, and I know that also that I've met the guys from the Coverage project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently at the Cosmic Summit, and then I think what they're saying so far is that the lower levels, like because this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters. There's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater. And once you get into the bedrock, and it's like it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like it can. Tim Akers said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of it.
So the actual labyrinth, very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So is it
possible that they could somehow or other from the side dig a tunnel below everything?
If you could,
below the water.
Yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try. If you actually believe you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is. We could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I would love to see it.
Be incredible. It's like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video the first time. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Kafre scan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, and this is like known about, like this has been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matahara expedition, you had Kara University, I think it was butchering that, the Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Steiner, a friend of his, who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite thing. It's like a mathematical, statistical, they kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars, is the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go basically survey and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these and that. Okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Melvin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in technique to the Kafre scan guys. Like, so they use synthetic image radar and Doppler tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So it's very similar in the way they're essentially, the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light underneath it when you look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions that you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that technology. It's so wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that. Look at that. Beyond the Kafre stuff, which, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular.
It's a huge claim. Yeah,
and if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I'm in the camp of want to believe, trust me.
I'm sure you are.
But I'm not, but I don't. I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D, what their interpretations of it, their rules. Because you don't really have a crystal clear view of what this thing is. You make it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is, like
giant cubes with these tunnels. I look at we'll see. And I want to get into like the Osiris shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about these other scans that happened in the 90s confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the cover scan team work. But yeah, at the Labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened is two wildly different techniques, right? So you have the geoscan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have Bell Burrows, which is a similar technique to the cover scan group, and it was used. I mean, just so this is what Tim Akins would tell you. It was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under the water. So its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know, it's like the non-classified part of it, like I said, at least reported to have said. They are ancient artistic. Yeah, I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance.
What's going on, baby? How you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
I think some of it's symbolic, but we do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being 1,500 rooms on one level. Total of, he said there's two levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said there's 3,000 rooms in total. And not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like Herodotus didn't have access, not to the bottom level, according to him. But Theodore Siculus did. Like these guys talk about, Siculus said that you needed a guide. You would get lost down there for days if you didn't have a guide and knew his way around. And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and again these once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations, both Roman and Greek, and they're correlating. It's like this is pretty reliable data at this point. It's certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this. We've got the same thing coming from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that measure in the same place. And what they say is astonishing. All of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts with one that might have 40 columns to a side. And all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is Theodore Siculus, first century BC, talking about that, in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for their successors to surpass them. He's saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side. And this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent paintings. So 40 to a side, that's 80. How was this even lit? Well, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces like the Serapeums. It's always, there's no soot, like, we don't know. The answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. Like, I don't think it was with flame. And then you had go back to Strabo's depiction. In addition to these things, there is the edifice of the Labyrinth, which is a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, for such is the number of peristyle courts which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide. You had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80 columns and 40 to a side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 of them in there.
Expressed in a lot of the writings of
it's absolutely crazy. So you have 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Theodore talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings in each where you can't see the joints. And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current
time. So he's saying 3,600 years ago this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yes.
So that predates the pyramids.
Yeah, he's allegedly. Right. Well, if you go with the Orthodox date of the pyramid, sure. He says that, so essentially 3,600 BC, that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 3,600.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years earlier.
About 1,000 years, a little less.
And the conventional dating is like,
It's questionable. I mean, even the carbon dating on the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's a little earlier than that. So
what is the carbon dating from?
so they got, yes, exactly, yes, the more in the carbon dating.
What is that?
All kinds of things that are
What,
based
the
on
date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range. It's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would say is the time of Khufu. Cheops,
we should understand that
the
these
ruler in the
kinds
Fourth Dynasty, certainly on the Great Pyramid at least.
What is the room for error when we do it?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did all the samples. I believe it's less than that, so they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it gets, it's kind of a critic. I mean, there's a bunch of people that talk about the fact that the archaeologists, the Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit. It's not thousands of years, there's hundreds of years, so the explanation tends to be, well, it was all recorded. It's like the ash that gets mixed into the water as the source of the carbon, and they say, well, maybe they just burned really old trees.
That's very convenient.
Right, it becomes convenient, yeah.
Well, all of it's convenient, which gets really weird because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid, like they refurbished some things.
Exactly.
And so that's the problem. Is like you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed, I think that I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that these pyramids were being worked on. If you can't, I don't think you can make the jump and say this is when they were built. You have to infer and say that I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible that dynastic Egyptians could have finished the pyramids. They may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities here because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, just you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians, their capabilities, their tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like they do, we have tools from the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting them. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these clearly handmade artifacts in here, and this is across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, obelisks and vases, boxes, pyramids even. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's just no depictions on walls of how they made the precision artifacts. There's no. Can you give me an example of these precision artifacts? Of course, yeah, in any category. I have it in that Tale of Two Industries directory, Jamie, on there. It's
Game on! Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when you can win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook brings the unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. Whether you're backing the first touchdown score, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's
She's
code
holding
Rogan
on to
to
the
get
tender
$300
moments,
in
but they are
bonus bets
slipping out of their
instantly
grasp.
when you place your
And
first
they
bet
look
of
around,
$5
and
or
she
more,
is
plus
blindfolded,
over
she's
$200
blind
off
to the truth.
NFL Sunday
And that's
ticket
the
from
justification
YouTube
for
and
not
YouTube
converting to
TV.
Christianity
In partnership
in the
with
first place.
DraftKings,
And this
the
was a way
crown
of
is
trying to
yours.
explain
Gambling problem?
to
Call
illiterate
1-800-GAMBLER.
peasants
In New
that
York, call
Judaism had its place,
877-8-HOPE-WIRE. Text Hope and Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
riding a Petramore.
The Vices are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example of it.
Yeah,
Yes, and this is these to me.
I
I mean, this is why the Vice project was so.
On the right, by contrast,
I mean, to
the
me,
synagogue
quite
riding
validating when it came up. Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah, it's just as
not only a case
So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we can start with statues or boxes or even columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts. And the advanced category, again, so you can't really make them with the tools that the ancient Egyptians we know they were using, that we found. They don't show this. There's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall. And this is in the Tomb of the Nobles up in the West Bank of Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud bricks over the fire. They're pouring them, they're shaping them, they're carrying them. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks are big and heavy. We know all about this. What you don't see is the stone pyramid building, the really massive megalith stuff. The next slide with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the Tale of Two Industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts match the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry. Visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal in vases. This is where they become a smoking gun to this whole argument. For people that don't know about this stuff, you just give them some numbers, sure. So the vases go back to pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic, they predate what we call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. The vase scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically, they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection, so like the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we see come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. I don't want to say this is true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them, though. And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, like computer control equipment. The problem with the lathe, right? So yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about it, and this is the OG phase, the original granite phase. This is the one that started it all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you can lathe it if you're spinning it. But if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to leave a bullnose that runs all the way around it, and then come back with a different
different process, a different tool to remove that space, that's basically the space between the handles of the body.
And you don't see a lack of symmetry in those spaces.
Precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's called, you basically lose some positional calibration on your tool. So we account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that, but you don't see that on this. I went back and we did analysis of this area of the base body in between the handles, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that positional, that lack of, that loss of positional calibration better than we can. Or it wasn't done on a lathe and it was done in what we would call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is with a tool with 5 axes of freedom. So now you're talking about a 5-axis CNC mill, like one of those computer control things that can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process, with incredibly hard stuff. And that's the other challenge with this stuff, and there's examples of the stone there in front of you from vessels, and these are actual pieces from vessels.
As society became much more secular in the 18th century and onward, anti-Semitism once again adapted.
This piece,
Let go of the
at least 5,000-6,000 years, I think it's potentially quite old, and we can get into how old I think, but so that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz. It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. It's like I have a granite mortar and pestle at home. It's big, heavy. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. I have to protect my counters from it because if I just, it's going to destroy anything. So that's it's translucent. You hold a light up to it. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lid.
Simian-like hands and feet.
Yeah, you put a phone light on it, you see it comes right through it. And so with granite and with diorite, particularly granite, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So you have it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz that it's the pattern. Hence the pattern, but also almost microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and the way granite takes millions of years of heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone we get when it pops up on the bedrock and we mine it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, your tool tip is going from stuff that's really hard to softer to hard, and so you have to account for that. Yet we see this feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tool tips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than cutting them. So something that the actual tool tip that made these things we know is also very refined, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. There's a reason they use marble, is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous, like it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness broadly. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece near the lip, and there's even examples that get even thinner than that. Flinders Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. He called it the thickness of stout playing card. This is it here. Wow, look at the light going through. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's vases. It's one of my favorite. It's like typically called a thin wall vase. It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived this long, because it is. That's one of the rare, few delicate ones. You could break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. It's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on anything, breaks. Thin glass shatters. Same as this stone. Yet they did this again and again and again. And how do we know that this is predisposed? Well, from where they're found, I mean, they're literally found in pre-elastic burials. This is why the vases are so important. And why I think they're the smoking gun. One of the big reasons is that
there are
they're uncontrovertibly pre-dynastic because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. The Carter culture, the Carter II. You can go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section all over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials and they carbon date the burials or they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC that they're in burials that go back that far in like southern Egypt, northern Sudan area. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's a lot of those burials unfortunately today are underwater because of the dam and credit, like Mazza. But either way, I don't think people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the reason is that there's sites, right? You can bury this with you. If you have it, then you can be buried with it. You can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. It stays on the site. And then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it, like Ramses II, or somebody carves his name into it. And then we come along thousands of years later and say, oh, Ramses II's name's on that. Therefore, he must have had it made. I mean, that's essentially one of the core principles of Egypt. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they had this capability. The Carter culture, and even the ones like Toshka, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow, fetal position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases because there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession because of their size and their availability and how many there were because it's are they illegal to possess? No, you can get one of those. Yeah, I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them. What? Yeah, they're on, they come up for sale. I would say today there's easily over 100,000. Hard stone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like that's the famous discovery of the Step Pyramid. Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there are even more. Like this was an industry. Like that's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stone too. We don't know where the stone came from. It's not local. In a lot of cases, no. We like there's lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's Afghanistan.
Injustice of establishing an illegitimate state is so grave that violence is justified to remove it.
It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, because that
applies to
it's up towards Russia and China. It's
that really could qualify under similar arrangements. Third,
the
participation of Jews in
Turkey, Afghanistan, over here, Uzbekistan, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran. Come on, that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the vases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is the box itself. Just they say it's fourth dynasty. It's made from stone called dacite. And again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. This happens a lot. So it's almost like
yeah. One of the things that freaks me out about the map is when you go out, it looks like it was washed over.
Conspiracy theory and the racist
I've talked a lot with Randall about
earlier.
Very
Go back out.
Look at that below it.
Yeah, the Sahara.
There is a certain amount of conspiracy thinking on the idea that Jews around the world
But that's crazy. It's like how much water washed that out? I mean,
that's
and how
actually
else would
not
you
so
get
far from
what
the
looks
truth.
exactly
Those
like
surveys
a water
that we
wash out?
available
How else would
of
those
Jewish
features
attitudes, for example, in the
be on the
United States
surface?
indicate that overwhelmingly Jews are
Yeah, I
supportive
mean,
of
some of those are mountains and
There is
mountain ranges, but I can say in the
minority
desert, not so much. There are mountains.
That just looks like channels. It just looks
that
like
all
an
Jews
insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for the giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara.
What are the
He
ideological
was talking about it. He was up on cliffs
I see there are three
they're
basic
finding water lines and
ideological
flint
roots
points and
that
stuff
feed
that
into
were
this
indicative of massive
form
floods. This is
of
Sawara,
anti-Jewish
it's
hatred.
the lab.
First of all, there's a strong influence.
So there's the
of
canal. You
Soviet
see, that's the canal in the
policy.
Barwabi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, like how little of that has been explored, and how much of that was like insanely green and fertile not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet, thousands of years ago. Well,
here's a couple of examples.
It's interesting. I did this long erosional features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that
international Zionism,
geologists,
and you can see that there's
the names, unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples. So these pyramids, on all these pyramids that are on like what you would call the, Lower Egypt, so Giza,
but anyway, the idea of connecting international Zionism
Maidu, the pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So it's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of you, you've got this causeway that runs down to what they would call a valley temple, the structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx. Is the valley temple form
figure here that borrows off
connected by this causeway. And they figured out that during the African human period, which ended thousands of years before dynastic Egypt ever started,
here's another example.
there was a branch of the river Nile called the Ararat branch that ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like they were, it's almost, I just look at it and go, this was built, these were built for that water source, because I think it's super, I'm very skeptical about the idea of all of these valley temples, particularly the one in the Giza Plateau being used as harbours for like a couple months a year to transport all these blocks from the quarry in Aswan, again 600 miles away right from the granite. And it's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of granite on that plateau that had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs in early times pre-dam when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African human period, which ended at the latest in 6000 BC, which stretches back thousands and thousands of years, that's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lake systems, lakes, rivers. You had a much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall. There was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Ararat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile, 2 miles wide in some places. So really not like an insignificant waterway. But it was high. It was running, and they traced the path of this Ararat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples from these pyramid complexes are on its banks. And it's like it's flooding. It's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so it's not like until 5,000 and 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC, that's 3,100 BC is kind of when Egyptian civilization started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and all these structures in like 2,800 BC, I mean, you would build it where the river is. The river was way down there at that point. Yeah, and so what is the response to? Well, I just put it in my, is anybody trying to look? No, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens in these, with a lot of these papers. You'll see this in the genetics and the DNA studies that we've done too. You don't, these other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the future of history. Go, fancy throw the data out there and go, you guys figure it out. Yeah, pretty much, and they just hand it to the archaeologists and say, we're not going to touch it. Yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's left to like rogue scholars, idiots like me on YouTube, people that write books to really try and put the answers to God. There's a I know. I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views, or so many people all around the world can watch that and go,
wait, what's going on down there? Who really knows? And why do these people, why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that it's not, there's not a, like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down, everybody knows people were alive. There's like photographs of the soldiers. Pretty accurate with that. Yeah. You get the fucking 6000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yeah. It's yes. The further back you go, the much hazier it becomes.
Evidence. And it's also it scares them. Because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures that are at 6000 BC, well, before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was even possible, right? And that's that famous conversation that happened with Robert Schoch and that really arrogant archaeologist. Yes, which is, he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history, first of all? What ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive?
Yeah, show me the pot shows.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well,
Yeah, after Göbekli Tepe, like someone should show him that video. But why are you laughing? Like, because this is just human ego. This is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham Hancock who spent a lot of time, and they're very careful about what they say, and spent a lot of time investigating this. And they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials or what are you talking about?
I think it's yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? It's one of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we would call archaeological Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie. They're very open about what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie would tell me, he talks about the machine marks, and you can read between the lines of the wonder at what he's finding. He's like, I don't get it. Like, we can't do it. We don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls, the academic halls or the geographical club or whatever these peers, it doesn't get out. And so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, which best represented like Graham Hancock, a friend of mine as well. And his books, and they start to gain in popularity, and now these, I guess, the people in the academic halls of residence that are typically considered the authority are seeing this conversation get out of hand, and now you get to YouTube where, it's, to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people, and there are guys like Flint that are trying to embrace the new media space and try and get on podcasts. And if you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they're literally writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasting and get into it? The problem is they're still doing it the same way. And it's just like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and they realize, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also like pejoratives, mocking, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because one of the dumbest parts about it is, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa. So shut the fuck up. Like, the white supremacy thing makes no sense. Yeah, it's crazy. It's Africans. It's Africans. Well, that's the people that were living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is a bizarre camp, but if you're not in the, I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out. Civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it. And then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you're in that camp, you're talking about Africans. So
all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like, you've claimed that you're the expert. You've claimed arrogantly that you have all the information when you clearly are wrong.
Absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim he's the expert on it like this. And this is what happens. I had Joseph Olson on a podcast talk about it. I had a great quote from him. He said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it. He's the authority on it. You're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence, right? Like you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the dim darkness past, but you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think we should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff, the precision stuff that just gets dismissed out of hand.
90%
authority figures on that topic, they ignore it, which is what happens.
I don't know how you can ignore the vases, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry, the construction of the faces.
It's starting to become a problem. Like, they're trying, and even in the past, when the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts. I mean, just when you dig down into them, and the answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just, they don't hold any water. It's kind of frankly ridiculous.
What's the issue with the drill bits is the revolutions per minute, right?
I mean, well, it's not the revolutions per minute, it's the penetration rate. We don't know how quickly it does. How quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed, particularly Petrie's core number 7.
1 in 60
meaning
1 in 60. So, like, if you unwind that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do it today with diamond-tipped saws, hole saws, which so our modern ones, bear in mind, they 900 RPM, they'll cut through that slowly, but it cuts. I mean, no doubt, it grinds also than cutting, but unwinding that spiral and looking at that's what Petrie was first of all, like, how is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit like Chris Dunn, more or less a 1 in 60 penetration rate, so it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the vases are showing us, is that you have a technological link between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that could be buried in these civilizations, that to me suggest that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machining marks, the same tubular drill marks on that quartz piece. If you look on the bottom, you can see on the inside of it, there's no other side, you see the tool mark. There's a right there. Yeah, so this is like, that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases are made. You would often find, so this is the bottom. So they core that thing out, and then they've snapped it off and polished it down, and then eliminated it from the tool. And you'll see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills are used with the vases as well. They was no idea what the material was that cut through that. Well, so, the vases, it's become interesting. One of them, let me talk about the prominence part first, because that's been one thing. Like, the pushback on the vases, this is where it's become a problem, because nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific measurement data that's come out, the precision, back the geometry. There's a whole bunch of the geometry space that they are designed, they're not just made, they were designed with mathematical and geometrical principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, the ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels in the early days of the base scan project was that these are modern fakes or something like that. They're not the real deal, because they're not coming from museums. They've been they're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that, that was very much the early days of this project. That's 2.5 years ago now. Now, the base game, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young, who started this whole thing, who owns, this is a copy of his base. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. We've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the provenance thing is kind of, that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collection with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that I have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, well, if it's in a museum, we can trust it. If it's not, we can't. It's not like that. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years ago, named Dr. Max Zamolov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years, I think, in Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me and actually took these fragments to his house, and I rolled up to his house in Florida, and sitting in his living room with two scanning electron microscopes. Who doesn't have 2 SEMs in their living room? So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we use to cut them. So if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or some sort of cutting medium and it's spun and ground out, you should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper. Didn't find any copper. Nothing at all. The nice thing, scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscattered electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So
pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Are the oldest tools they found copper?
Yeah.
What is
copper and stone.
And what are the dates of the oldest tools?
Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. It was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously the older tools are stone tools, like flint. I mean, a lot of carving, you can carve stone with harder types of stone. So there was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, not up until the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron, things like that. It's pretty much copper and bronze, alloys, tin, copper and tin.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Titanium and titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin, zircon, alloys. Yeah, titanium, and it's not. So when you find
the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that has
smelted, right? That's been put together. Exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a metal, doesn't exist naturally. So it's in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So you would see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that, and in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece actually, a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can aim it at it, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. And I mean, look, in our modern times, I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium use back here. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly,
Right.
like to scan the whole thing. But
To play devil's advocate, would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody that perhaps someone was potentially using titanium to see if they could cut it?
Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually he had some titanium dust. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just these like a tiny, just like literally a matchstick and just the tiniest end and just tapped it and then looked at that under the microscope to look at what contaminated. This didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination would look like. So it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone. Like it was as if something like this tiniest fragment of the tool, or some sort of, imagine it was a tool tip, wedged itself in the stone and then it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide, which is pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium.
We found other specks of it, and then occasionally it'd be titanium and iron mixed together. And we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing. Like that's like no copper. Like that to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements and pieces of let's say questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's hundreds of thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder 30 feet down to the big bottom level. It goes down further, but here's the water table again. But in one of these corners, and there's very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall, and it was it must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels, and this is the place where they found 50,000 of them originally. Like Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see that it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels because it had been a cache of them. That a tunnel had collapsed and it had crushed them. So you got these like pieces of worked granite or diorite or whatever just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have been. You've basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt and put it in a Ziploc or whatever. Just keep it. Don't mess with it.
Clear chain of
evidence and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation.
God, if they found titanium on that. Holy shit.
Well, I think there's a Russian group that did something similar, and they also found metals. Well, I think they found titanium as well. LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History.
How is titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until the 1930s to use it just anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. I would say that's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude. He's an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. Got like this apparatus surrounded by boxes of board. 10-foot Tesla coil below. So he took. And this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wild speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope sort of baseline radiation of these pieces, and it turns out the precision bases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several. Relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision phases, they have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature in it as well. So that's an interesting
nuclear titanium.
Could be. I don't know about that. But it's again early days. But he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts. But it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision base, which they're just like, that's nothing. And they're not dangerous or anything. It's just above a baseline, but 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. And one of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea. It's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path, but you can, if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool, it would ablate either in neutrons or it's blasting electrons or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And
fuck yeah!
And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill. Yeah. It's not all we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other striations and tool marks is look, it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand.
So, has anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the core?
I think I don't know. He might have tested the cores when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question because if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's indeed the process, the other possibility is they weren't machined with this method, but these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of a system that used nuclear material.
They had advanced nuclear science somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. It's too crazy. It's so crazy. But also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay. Now it kind of at least makes a little sense. Yeah. See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and copper, and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
something fucking crazy happened.
Yes, yes. I think there is that. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis. And a lot more study needs to happen.
Nuclear machining hypothesis, sorry to interrupt you, but if you go 1,000 years from now, for sure we're going to have that.
Yeah, that's yes. I'd like to put the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is, we tend to look at the past, and it always has to be this subset of what we know, right? But it's like if you look at the history of knowledge and technology, give us 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years. You know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn, right? So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past, with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision or the machining, the engineering things, how the stone was cut. I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown, and by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. Like the base scan project, we are learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects of it, and Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like, radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, we can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, this is very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities, but the fact remains they are possibilities.
Right. And it's also this assumption there's been a linear path of progression always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is in Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to crappy apartment buildings. They're really close, right?
Yeah.
That's a decay. You've obviously, you can't do, why didn't you do that? Do that again. Like this.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's something, there's something weird. There's something weird going on. And this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were, we know the people, we know they did it, like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, right?
Yes.
And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right? So that's without a cataclysm.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also it's a nice criticism of modern architecture, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, don't even go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals. I mean, Jesus, why don't we build that anymore?
Right. Good point. But so you see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to a changing of cultures, but this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were dumb. Go back far enough, they were dumber. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. And Egypt is the best example. Like, explain that.
Yeah, dude, exactly. And it's one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest contradictions about Egypt. It's the technological progression. I mean, you're talking about a dynastic Egyptian civilization at least 3,000 years, right? So 3,000 years, but if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language. Like their gods, and one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here is this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods, and everything pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean, Cuneiform in Samaria, there's a clear progressive path where we can see it being developed. We don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever said to have been built. Progressively, as you go forward in time, I mean, they get to much richer. It's almost like going backwards. And it's just, technologically speaking, it doesn't seem like they progress very far. And so I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they got a kickstart, they got a head start, they inherited an awful lot of objects. We know for sure these precision objects were around before ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. And I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these, like technologically speaking. There's a link, the same tools, the same precision. We're seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like a 1,000-ton statue that you can't bury with you. It stays on this site. It gets inherited. It gets renovated. It gets reused. Eventually, you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name 3 inches deep onto that sucker. Hands out, be me. I want to be part of the gods. These are, I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that it doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said.
a tremendous number of
They
Jews
call
living there.
themselves a
And
legacy
it was
culture.
the
They
second
trace their
center
own
of
history back
civilization,
40,000
maybe
years.
the third if you include
They have a list of
certain
kings. They have
parts
they
of
talk about these
but
different
definitely
eras of
one of the
time.
major population
The
sources
Shetsu
for
War, the
Jews
followers of Horus,
outside
was
of the
this
land of Israel.
4,000-year period when mythical semi-divine beings
He
and
has
the
a
earth.
second title,
You talk about kings and rulers and that, and then before that you have the Septuagint where the gods themselves walk the earth and they trace their own history way back into those eras. That's the stuff that brought up was, what is this? Yes, he is. Yeah, very bad. It's funny. I'm reading while listening to the Book of Enoch right now.
First millennium was used
Yeah, that's a
specifically for people who were the heads of
It's so wild.
establishments,
You're
as of
going,
course was
what
the
you
case of
say?
Rabbi Rothschild.
Like,
He also
gods,
has
the
an important,
Watchers, came down and mated
comes from a
with
family of
of
exilarchs.
Earth and created the Nephilim. Like, what are you
The
saying?
exilarchs were
Like, what?
not very well understood. We
What
still have
are
a
you
lot
trying to
of
say? Thousands of years ago when they wrote this down, in,
what they did,
the version I think that
exactly
we're
their
getting this
authority
from
was. But this is
from the
basically
Dead Sea
some
Scrolls.
kind
Yes.
of quasi-political position
So,
that was
how
afforded
long
to
did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what were they trying to record? Why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? That God's walking amongst us? Right. Yeah, it has this all places word. It's so swirly. And that's where you get to the alien. Well, before you need a tic-tac, say, metallic line. Yeah, what is that thing? Well, and what kind of metal? Don't know if it's titanium. He said it matches these things that I've seen before. That's crazy. In itself, it's one of the things I'll remember always back when you were sitting here talking to Bob Lazar, and he said some of those crowd came from archaeological things. He writes about the story. There's a long piece of reading that type of stuff. And he was also under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is. This is what it is. This is what Tim
exactly was
UFOs down there, all layers converge to the central corridor avenue where the atrium of shopping mall where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire mall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is unclassified, appears metallic, not stone or wood, and the divia of a giant diplodocus skeleton. You see all the it might also be an upright disc or even a colossal shed ring. And what is a shed ring? It's like a cartouche.
Turning that
You know,
around.
that thing around it, you go, wow. Questions, how did it get there? Why is it there? The more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal opening. Now we're going full tinfoil. Either interdimensional or interstellar. A Stargate. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career, but it's there, undeniably there. The future, find out what Davey is, Tim Akers. Well, he went full Mark Bell right there. He did interdimensional or interstellar Stargate. The Egyptians talk about Stargates. Do they? Just go to, where is it? There's actually a couple places. The literal translation, you can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of Stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different, they're all on different constellations. We're going to find the more messy. There's pictures of Stargates from Dendera Temple. It's in the upper rooms. It's up where the Zodiac. So that's actually, the Dendera is incredible. Like it is a star-oriented temple. It's massive depictions of the Zodiac. And this is all redone from older versions of the same temple. But that is the translation of the constellation and the gate. It literally translates as Stargate.
So he communicated with all
that
these
is
communities
part
and
of
said
it. The ceiling is the Zodiac. You even have depictions of solar boats going up to the moon.
And that's where
Dendera Randall loves that temple. I sent you a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually, you'd have to look up just Stargate glyph, maybe, at Dendera.
The so-called Karaite movement. It was a fairly new phenomenon, but it was gaining tremendous strength, and in fact, there are still followers of
I don't see
Karaism
the exact one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation.
Was that the orbital
I
was a
probably
fabrication,
have it on
but
my
it was
hard drive.
not grounded in some kind
It's
of
on my laptop. If you want to see it up, yes. Your laptop's out there? Yeah. All right, go grab it. Sure. It's not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into that Stargate. I'm going to try and find it. I'll try and find it. All right.
And what's referred to there is
Okay, so I found it from a video from Trevor Grassi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic of Stargate Technology with Mohammed Ibrahim, Mike Rick Secker, and Trevor Grassi.
really utterly dependent on the authenticity and
This is
authority.
see, it's like there's a glyph there, you can see the star, there's a gate. Actually, if you try and find one of the other pictures, maybe the star is the circle. That's what the star is supposed to be. Yeah, there's the star on the right. No, it's a hieroglyph. So yeah, Stargate. It's the, you see the gate and then there's the star, and then I assume that crooked or whatever it's called as well. Oh, I see. So how the way you translate the hieroglyph? Yes, that's Muhammad Ibrahim, who I know quite well. He's very good at translating these claims. When I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Muhammad Jabra, who's one of the top 4 or 5 in the world for his hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the website about it. He travels with us on these tours. It's phenomenal. He just shows us there's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up in there. And like things. That one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. So this is the one I'm talking about. You see the stars above the gates. So it's literally different. These and with the words they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top what's the zodiac room at Dendera, where they have a replica of the circular zodiac on the ceiling. The French have the original, but this is original hieroglyphs, and it is a translation of this is called Stargate for its constellation. So say what it is, bananas. What are these constellations supposed to be? I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we get into it. There is, I can find out, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry, like that. That one that you just had to, no, where you just had all the right there. So, yeah, more gates. They same similar again. The gates, everyone will get the stars. That's bananas. Yeah, so when they're referring to a Stargate, are they saying in any way with that? No, it's. I mean, that would be. Most of the interpretations these days would tell you that it's always symbolic. I mean, they do look at like Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the Duat or to Nut, like this Duat being in the space, and the goddess who is the sky, and it's all part of that passage from the soul going into the realms of the immortal that happens after death. So this is the symbolic interpretation that we give it all. We say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine if younger drives happen to us tomorrow, whatever. I hope it doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within, 2-3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about fucking these things that were like a black rock, and it's just, and you know, it's like all plasma TVs, but you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You will know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything. You can ask a question. You can ask it questions, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now, if you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember, they tell these stories, the stories are passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology that goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism, but it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that I think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall. I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say that, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, and an echo of technology? Like every staff that you see has a tuning fork on the bottom. Every single one on these walls, it's always got a tuning fork on it. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the staffs with the wasp's head, that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the staff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork. Can we see an image of that? Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that they're touching, they're giving like the jet pillar, or the ankh, which is jet pillar is stability. The ankh is life. The was is power. So in a lot of cases, these gods are granting kings, life, stability, and power. Sometimes just life and power. But
what are those depictions? Enormous, cylindrical things that they're holding that look almost like one of those transforming clubs. Yeah, like that one there. That's like the jet pillar here. Yeah, what the hell is that? That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability. And that thing down is what I was talking about. Oh, the quote-unquote light bulbs. Yes, the Dendera temple. And see, there's a jet pillar there too with the hand. So the jet pillar is symbolizing everyone's hands. Right. And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this is on a boat. It looks like some kind of technology. So you know what's crazy about it? So again, we get down into this. This is in a crypt at Dendera. You have to like crawl through a hole. Again, it's like well, it's amazing because the Christians and they didn't get into the crypt, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the glyphs are defaced. Look at that guy. Looks like an air traffic controller. He's like a reptilian too. He's like a frog dude with knives. Yeah, what is that? With a tail. Does he have a fucking tail? Yeah, he does. He does look like he's like a giant frog man. Yeah. Wow. So what's crazy about this? There's a whole story about this. It's written on the walls. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf A1, who I guide with, and then we have Professor Jabra who can interpret this. And I'm going to do a video about this soon, because what he is saying about this crypt is that it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. He said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of like a dude with his arms out, like the span of a human wingspan. I was stumbling across something there called an electrum. There's these two. The metal is 3.3 ton obelisks that were made out of a metal called electrum gold. Gold and silver. Yeah, electrum's gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electrum, which is, I think, great for conductivity. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, which is really the only good reason to have it, other than looking good. Right, yeah, other than bowling. Other than bowling, which they were bowling. Which is a little bit of a sidetrack, but when you talk about the regular stuff, I found these stories of Aqua Mine and Gabon. This is natural nuclear reactor. Whoa. Very old. 1 billion years old and 100,000 were oldest of their reactor. Yeah, it's enriching uranium. Enriched uranium. Yeah, imagine it's in Africa, so not the only place. That makes sense, right? In Africa, is there something like that in Afghanistan where this stone came from? Oh, the lapis lazuli and everything else. I don't know. I mean, I assume that I would be surprised if that's something that's happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because that's like one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough massive, I think it's uranium 238, they're trying to 235 to get to 238 the other way around. But if there's enough mass and neutrons hitting each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I know nuclear scientists, so let's go back to those hieroglyphs. The lizard guy, the frog guy, or whatever that reptilian thing is. That freaks me out. It's stuff of nightmares at times. It's kind of weird because you know, one of the things, the weirdest,
So he's like
the weirdest stories when I start talking about aliens is the different types that visit, right? And then one of them is a reptilian species that are the most creepy to deal with. Which makes sense.
It's the same thing. It would be. Yeah, I mean, they're just like reptiles on Earth. Like chickens are assholes.
Right. And so are Komodo dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they could eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence, we kind of rule that out. But look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us. Right? Oh, for sure. So why do we assume that it's only primates that reach an incredible high level of sophistication? We know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows, super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Yeah, problem solving smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you can't. I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce.
Not at
in
all.
any of these.
Especially when intelligence is being exceeded by things that are really close evolutionarily to reptiles.
Yeah, and that would just be you get to that like just lack of empathy, just that reptilian brain, it's just aggression and like everything that's not us is the enemy.
That's the mindfuck smart dinosaur.
Oh yeah,
I mean, that was in Jurassic Park, right? The raptors, they were like a smart. Yeah, they were smart. Which, makes sense.
yeah, it's that whole pack. Yeah,
But the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles, fuck, yeah, that's,
with the alien, I don't often address it. But I put it firmly in the realm of like possible. Like it's just I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy. It could have, massive civilizations collectively could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. It's not surprising. There's the Fermi paradox, right? Like how come we haven't got like firm proof or anything, even though people say we have. But it's like yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall that span of a million years. It's just nothing on those time scales. You can. So the whole species can rise to massive prominence and then just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. And you got to try and do that across 14 billion years, and even that's in question now because the James Webb Telescope has seen stuff that's supposedly way older than that now. Right? I mean, we'll see. We're going to find out. Like this 3-eye Atlas thing. Yeah, what does that say for you, right?
Well, Avi Loeb is convinced that it's a UFO, but that's what he does.
Yeah, right?
He did what the other one, Omanuma. So that one was a little odd.
That was weird. So it wasn't the weirdest thing about Oumuamua. It seems to be its path when after it turned around the sun and accelerated. Like that was the standard model of physics said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited some motion that was not what we predicted it would do. That's as much as we can accelerate. It accelerated. It was outside of the ball. Yeah, it accelerated.
But like to the factor of what?
Well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers, I guess the orbital dynamics people have done. That's what I understand was mostly its shape and size.
There's something about its reflective properties as well, right?
Well, because it was so long and narrow, and it was tough.
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
We would catch like the long.
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Where'd she go? There she is. How are you? All right, are you ready? Get it. Oh, come on, give me that. Aquarius, strike. Get another one, girl. Let's see it. No. You get this spare. Oh, what a great spare. Wow. That was awful. Get it. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you've got this bad boy locked up. No doubt. Get it. Aquarius. That was fire, girl. Yeah, you did have a little curveball. Give me this. Come on. Nothing is working. Get it. Come on. Give me this. Miss Aquarius. Not what we wanted. I think you got locked up. Even if I got 3 in a row, you have it. If I got 3 strikes in a row, give me it. It's a beautiful. Get it. There you go. That's a spare. Come on. 2. Get it. Yes, ma'am. Get it. Got it. No. Tough split. Ooh, Yeah, it did. All right, Miss Aquarius, get it. All but one, and now you're gonna get this one. No doubt. I have no doubt you're gonna get this one. Perfect. Putting the pressure. Oh, time. Come back. Come back. Come back. I've been here for you. Okay, you got a tough one. One of the toughest shots in the game. One of the toughest. Oh, get it. Okay. Give it to me. Oh, oh, you won. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. That's what keeps it exciting. Undefeated, undefeated in bowling. You win, I win. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Oh, thank you so much. That's great. Yes, I do. Yes, so much. Absolutely. You're moving up in the ranks. You are the number 3 spot, which is really number 1. The overall, what do they call it? Activity rank, and then you're number 2. Well, really 4, but number 2, and you getting your hours up, and you'll have it in a couple weeks. Actually, it'll be like a month, but you'll be number 2. Exactly. Sweet dreams.
for effective, particularly on one character development, and for behavior to see the disciple of the rabbi, not only a member of the civic group. A follower had not religious sense, ironic. Highest person adherence of the civic group, obstacle religious movement founded in 48 after the 19th century, Jewish enlightenment, modern philosophy and literature entered Jewish programming background on formal warning given to a person who is about to possess it.
Has the
Logic
idea
literally
of
the vote.
obesity changed?
Even
Because
really national
I went to the
anthem.
doctor yesterday
Logic
and
have
took
to literally
kind of a body
separate
mass index.
the ceremony
And
that marks the
you
end of
would
the
think
Sabbath on
that
Saturday evening gave
what is
hunger
termed
a
as
group of
obese
friends,
now,
frequently a
does it
social or
usually
religious
jive
group,
with
either
your
within a
concept
synagogue
of
or a
obese? If you're
party
like
club.
15 pounds overweight, you're
Because the
quote
Iranian trade
obese.
non-food for food
Has
is
it always
used
been
up,
that way?
crash Ross and
But
Melnetic
has the
Cantorial
definition
singing
changed?
minor experts, rapid extent, or field approval, typically designating a product as so protein, slang term used to describe a Jewish person after running wild, a typical overall hyphen have abbreviated version of the repetition of the activity known as rocket and hyphen 3.
People go on the scale every day. They get obsessive. It can make their day or it can break their day. I mean, why do that to yourself? I'm not in your life, and I hope you don't do that because honestly, you can go from drinking a bottle of water, weighing yourself, and the next thing you know, you're up in the house. You know, I try to use that as a positive reinforcement. Get in the morning, I'll do my morning run to the bathroom, and I should say, I weigh myself. Then I go to the bathroom.
The well-known rabbi often quoted his first day of the Talmud was inspired by the Romans,
So you get it, there's different times of the day, you weigh yourself, there's different things that you eat that will retain weight, there are things that are ways that you can drop 4 or 5 pounds in a day. I say all that to say that the scale itself wouldn't be how I would necessarily diagnose obese. So I don't know, I say throw the scale away. That's me. Since we're talking on your personal social media, you had
to believe
what
these
you
things
put out
wiser
there.
to maintain a degree of
And I'll
religious
let you tell the
observance of
question
the
out with the
Polish
teams.
technique
Okay,
and power Catholic leads
so
with right and
basically, I put it on
morality.
social media because we were debating it in my Pilates class. We talked about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. We said, does everybody eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? And what was the most
non-Orthodox Jews, which allow certain groups but not others to be eaten in non-kosher restaurants.
pies? No, but more peanut butter or more jelly. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Such
It's
as
like
a
we
bagel
looked
with
up
cream cheese,
choices
cold
in the studio
cereal,
on
salad,
this
or
Wednesday.
cottage cheese, while hot dairy refers to
And
cooked
on
dishes
YouTube, if you'd like to be
containing
able to see
vegetables,
us, the show,
fish, or dairy.
tune in on
Kevin
YouTube at Mr.
Sutherland of
Kelly
ground
now.
chickpeas and sesame seeds.
There's
I
the
wish
latest
you
from
well
the
to wear it as a
KF524
saying
audience
others
for
on
comments
seeing
of
a
their
friend or
restaurant
relative,
gun
wearing such
inside
a
of
garment
a
or accessory.
and a
It is valuable, not implying that garment is nice, just that it is
protected status for over
it's
200,000
an expression of disgust with
September
the
10th.
acting of God will
And
sing,
survivors
God
of
willing,
Jeffrey
used
Epstein's
in
case
David's
that
plans
Captain
for or describing the future, inside, outside, used in a text directly inside or discussion about that text outside during different sessions of that study session denies
we got
specific
cones on the
within
fire.
Jewish
That's
law.
Dave.
Topic of conversation wiser, broader. Matters some that fits with the sovereign, the opposite is more reasonable.
That's scheduled until 6
Having backwards under prohibition to food, chat, the day after the end of session, super, and chocolate, regarded as a semi-holiday, conscious morning is served, and practice prohibited dictionary and Jewish usage in the Ashkenazi Jewish studies, examination of sources to develop coherence, educated opinion, wiser AERK Jewish, educated, religious, Encyclopedia based on person of Hispanic non-Jewish and Jewish origin. Jewish, American, strict that gave off by association gave a popular dating site for Jewish singles. They love American locally, not period. Usually referred to actively to love Jewish couples. The network of Jewish organizations and social circles includes interactions with other Jews by codes that refer to Judaism. Include groups of Jews who hang out together due their ability to detect individuals according to commonality with radar and relatively radar, neutral apart, tricky hairstyle, supported by Jewish net commonality with macro Jewish photography, copying image, using text to identify common trends for places to Jewish professionals and employees, excluding support staff of an institution, including a synagogue, non-profit organization, and schools, specifically or largely devoted to a Jewish cause or agenda. Usually adverb related to words of and for history, this is for cultural values, for knowledge, knowledge for importance to the Jewish people, specific for cultural Jewish identity, and distinct from Judaism with the quality of being a Jew, not restricted more necessarily excluding religious ethnicity, biology, or nationality.
About how travel can lead to lasting love,
for David.
decades spanning friendship,
Color of head, as a
change your life forever.
identify you who steadily work
Join us
hard
wherever you get your
effort in taking for
Just search
Latin
for charity
American
houses,
countries. Not go hard to be identified usually, either outwardly in terms of actions and affiliation, or inwardly based on self-definition.
America's #1
Devastating stereotypical rape isolates appearance for behaviors that identify one as a Jew. JSK acronym. Just consider. But even for this specific station for a home, 6 Saturday morning services recognized that synagogue for the Kiddush luncheon is a grandfather's of the Right. That's abbreviated form of Kabbalah Shabbat Friday night prayer service. Kabbalah a Jewish mystical word, sometimes used as a catch-all term for Jewish mysticism. The Jewish mystical tradition-based Kabbalah Shabbat, special prayers and songs included as part of Friday night services to welcome in Shabbat. That holds for the reception before a wedding ceremony, consisting of a hymn format and something
#1 podcast network. Open your free iHeartRadio app.
Spanish prayer and morning. Prayer separating parts of the service. Sanctification, casual of the Hindu, say Kaddish for a parent, literally, little Kaddish. Kaddish of a separate less political party in Israel forward. Onward. Hurry up, quickly take off fully propagated baseball caps of national overcoat. Castle the people of that Jewish community synagogue, calls, congregation found each other by extrapolation to know. All the more so. With the short list of time, or action based on an earlier, more restrictive preface. Anywhere, certainly, immediately. Why first I like one? Circle 2. Someone who is sickly free. Touch lock person 4. Touch 2 to different than 5. Coming up tomorrow at 10 a waiter who will
about how we, the
some other communal gathering, conference, drawing, pattern. The relatively minor impact should be an for our city, rather than something more serious Catholic ritual performed between our pattern and the keeper to be used and carried out by students at sitting over one head. The code on black code worn by city friends, talking up these roads, commonly served in broken eagles, caution artists. Forest caution artists, caution up these roads with broken eagles, past by question posing some difficulty because of apparent inconsistency in accepting friendship. Problem. Touch up, reflective question. I always do my best.
I'm excited which brightness would increase, so we had this oscillating brightness on it, and then it passed through the system, and it's going whatever 87 kilometers per second or whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun, but it accelerated where, that's what I understand it, it accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet, behaved like a comet. It had a tail, it was off-gassing water, it's just an interstellar ball of rock and ice, is what they say that was. It didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3i Atlas thing is much larger, it's traveling much faster apparently than the previous two, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said they're almost seeing a metallic, like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it has it's going too fast to stop in our system unless it dramatically alters its velocity. But it's I mean, it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, but then we should see it again on the way out. So we'll know what the other interaction is going to, if it changes behavior. I mean, what's he put it out? I'll put it like 40, 60 or something. Artificial to natural, but dude, it's so funny. I'm into Warhammer 40k in a big way, and it's just like, I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium here soon, boys. All hailing on the side. I don't think might be a Mechanicus vessel, I don't know.
If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. Well, it takes months. If it slows down, I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings. Right. I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? That seems like if that's how you're rocking it, you're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Hey, do you know that like the whole dark forest thing, like the dark forest theory? So this came out of it was the three body problem. Great series of books by Chinese author Turned
Amazing Netflix show.
Great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just. But it's this idea that, look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like, imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just, you're out there, you know there might be other things out there. And it's this like a philosophical engagement of like, what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of, it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you have? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And these could be like, you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. This other guy could have some other energy weapon, whatever. You don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like, it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely. And you apply that to kind of the galaxy, and to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a roaring fire because we pretend there's, leopards out there, right? And because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 and something years now. And we just hope, hey, we're friendly, please.
Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past war, and it's gotten past the way we behave. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Brothers will be benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and hook us up.
That's my response. I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times, and my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens when we take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. We just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like, it's just, we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like, there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like there's, I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point.
The territorial primate instincts that we exhibit, like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are 1,000,000 years more advanced. We don't want aliens that are 1,000 years more advanced. Because they might be just like us, but way better. That's what we don't, right? Because as soon as we start going into the cosmos, we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same animal. Right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology, remove the ego and emotions, Yeah, mushrooms.
Well, no, emotions and stuff. Maybe mushrooms helps us get
That too. Emotions, all the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with. We would be the same way if we just think of what we justify on Earth in terms
There
of
she is.
destructive habits. Animal, things that we do, factory environment. Why would we care about these lizard people that live?
Did you take care of him?
Some fucking, we
Golden M caves.
yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they, arrived to and have to
Wow.
get gold. Horrific, terrible. Imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently. Right. Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true. In fact, in the Travis, the most famous ones, 1970s.
There you go.
He's working with a group of guys. He runs toward it. It's knocked back, unconscious. His friends flee. They come back. They're yelling at each other. We gotta go back. They go back. He's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up. He finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking insane story. But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and healed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. We fucking, we shoot elephants.
It turns an avatar.
Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always say. It's a great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is, we're just not the end of that evolutionary chain. We're just the current version of humanity. Our frontal lobes are too big. Our frontal lobes are too small. Our adrenaline glands are too big. Our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all it's cracked up to be.
We love violence.
We love violence.
We love violence. Our national sport is dudes who are enormous running at each other full speed. And the other one is guys punching and killing each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We're so, and then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously. At least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
It's at least human beings are involved in a significant amount of war always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just, we've always been at war with each other. I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive, 100%. But technologically speaking, but also, obviously we're much more aware of conflict around the world, but on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Even though it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on, and hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. I haven't really talked about it in videos or put it down. It's part of the book I'm writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation into the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about of like this linear progression, right? In general, we get taught in school, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we were in caves. Civilization happened. How many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen. It's on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about next election cycle, next quarterly result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept. I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age, us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past. We've become relatively high technology. We've become civilized. And it happened, it would have been different to us, but we fell again, and we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm, and on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again.
Yes.
Right, and if you can change that, fundamental concept in people, like that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again. We're at this crazy point in time where our technology is super advanced. We can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like a little less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. It's I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just, I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not.
Here's the story of the conversion essentially, Joseph said, Christians and the Muslims will get the region. The curious, maybe we should abandon our pagan lifestyle. There's certainly a dramatic importance out there as a base case. So, King Bulan of the Khazars invites essentially a three-way debate. And this debate ends in a standstill until finally Bulan says to Muslims, he says, well, listen, which is of the two, which is Christianity or Judaism? Certainly Christianity is he asked the Christians, Muslims and Jews. And so since they both agree that Judaism is slightly better than the rest of fine, that's it.
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans?
Secondly, there's resemblance to
Ein Podcast über alte Spiele
Oh,
von zwei
garbage.
Männern.
Fucking ching ching chong.
Und Christian Schmidt.
Ching ching chong.
First of all, the Jews,
And I'm Michelle. Welcome to a special episode of Biographical Podcast examining the lives in the Tudor era. And today, Yaakov is I said that right? That's close enough? That's what I've been going with. Okay. But we didn't put him on our list because his links with England are minimal. But these weren't worth doing since, according to the title of one of the books I read, he was the richest man ever lived. When was that written? Oh, recent. Recent? Really? I can't touch the exact date. Wow. I don't know about the dates and muscles as well, but I think the whole economy of the world, he owns a bigger chunk of it than they own the economy these days. Wow. Wow. He was born in Augsburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg, Frankfurt, Cologne, and Venice. And I'm assuming this is in the German Principate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it takes its name from Emperor Augustus. It was founded in AD 41, and Tacitus described Augsburg as splendidissima.
Aww.
Don't get left in that.
No.
Maximilian used it as his base as much as he used anywhere as his base. One of the reasons that Augsburg had been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death miraculously bypassed the town and everywhere else had been decimated.
Really? I wonder how that happened.
I don't know, I didn't go back to 13 whatever it is.
But now my head's just going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade, and trade would have brought it in.
Maybe they'd had complete shutdown, lockdown.
Oh, maybe they were smart and actually followed the lockdown protocols. Humans, be smarter.
Well, whatever it is a trick. Anyway, I said Fugas were rich, but they were normal rich. Plenty of other people were as rich as they were. But when Yakov died, he owned just under 2% of all European economic output. So that's a completely different scale of rich.
Yes. He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it was his thing.
No, he just likes using them for money. Cash cow. Sorry. Cash cow. Money cow.
Yakov's grandfather Hans had been a peasant. He left the farm for a big city.
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the
Perhaps
richest
the
person
most
in the world.
salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the Yiddish phrase, wir sind da. We're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that, tremendous challenges from the.
Just the fabric. Fabric was really expensive.
That's the bit of his life that we haven't got. The bit that went from peasant to textile trader.
Okay.
But he married twice, both times to daughters of the heads of the Weavers Guild.
Peoples around us, and nevertheless, we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, not only get through them, but even thrive. It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find many other parallels like it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So just a quick word, because we are sharing this with the internet. There's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't want to be in the frame, make sure you sit towards the outside of the video there. So there's some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other. We are in the same community, and so many of our values are shared, and so on. Our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So as we shall see, it's about 15 million Jewish people in the world today. Depending on how you want to count them, I'll give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. I know that you feel that the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population we're talking about. A tiny fraction of a percentage of the Jewish population in the world. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. So we're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people, as this Bible says. We are here tonight, in fact, in celebration of that same kind of Jewish value. We're also a highly diverse people. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be confused with is that, Jews are not all Caucasians. We have a wide variety of racial characteristics. African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews, because there would we get food for Christmas Eve. We definitely
Going on in the monastery.
We need a new lead roof.
Highly unpredictable. Just once you try to
Sorry, my
It's a millions episode. The Fuggers bailed out Emperor Frederick when no one else would. They didn't have any money, but still convinced of getting a decent program.
Yes, I remember. We don't trust you to have the money, so we'll give you exactly what you need so you can't misuse it.
They received a coat of arms for that. It's 3 lilies for respectability, truthfulness, and rationality. And that side of the family was then from then on called the Fuggers of Lily.
Oh, that actually makes sense. Like, you're not having to wonder why they were given those particular epithets. Other people look at the epithets.
And that's what I think makes them survivors. This is the theme
But the other side of the family have got that different
that at the same time,
Yeah, because they've seen the fact that someone as nominally powerful as the Emperor Frederick couldn't get credit for oligarch shopping. They realised there was one thing that could raise someone to the level of emperor, and that's money.
Money,
So
yes.
you might have looked at the emperor and thought how shabby he was. And it was emperor. On my way out, United Trade in Venice, which was an important trading post, because it linked the Silk Road with the Rhine. Right, so it was ideally situated to import all sorts of things, especially spices like pepper. Jacob stayed and traded in the Fondarco de Tennis, the warehouse of the Germans. And all Germans traded from there, and it wasn't just camaraderie amongst Germans, because all Germans had to trade in one place. I'm not sure that was the case for other nationalities. I'm assuming it probably was.
Yeah, they were called enclaves throughout Europe, and if you go around to the trade rolls or the tax rolls, they will say German enclave, Italian enclave, Jewish enclave. They're everywhere in Europe. I came across them a couple of times when I was researching fur. So they've been there for a very long time, and but yeah, for some reason, I guess maybe it was easier to tax them because they'd also be paying what could be called a poll tax. You would be paying for being a non-resident, an additional tax on top of everything else.
Also, I suppose if you fell out with their home country, you could kick them out, keep them out, or keep an eye on them and make sure.
Yeah, it was very common. I always assumed it was racially based, but maybe you're right. It was just for politics.
That's enough for sort of the philosophical.
It was in Venice that Fuggers started wearing the gold hat to become one of the small world. And that was a gold coloured hat, not a gold hat.
But they did have gold thread.
Yeah, probably. It's more a sort of, not quite a fez, sort of solid fez shape with a head and tassel on the top. Okay, quite nice actually. In 1478, Jacob was sent to Rome to deal with his elder brother's affairs because Marcus had died in one of the many bouts of plague.
That's always fun, right? Although it's easier with an adult than a child.
Yeah, it really did seem to be
tried to kill us, we survived.
caring about land, forests, roads, constantly plague.
If we look at the geography of the Italy, a lot of the boats ended up stopping there, and it was all over the peninsula. So they have more access areas for ships with ports with rats.
And also the original place like that came from Genoa. So what's a boat coming into Genoa?
Yes.
The north into Europe. Then Jacob returned to Augsburg to start working in the family firm. And the family sent him to Austria to look after their mining assets. And this was not a big part of their business, so it implies they were just using him gradually, while not actually trusting him with textile.
It's like an apprenticeship.
Well, Jacob excelled, and suddenly mining was up there with textiles as Fuggers' top business concern.
Wow. Well done.
It's almost like a fairy tale, isn't it? The youngest son.
Yeah.
not being trusted with things and then coming up trumps. Yeah, the mines were architects in the Tyrol. They centered on a place called Schwarz. Which had been a farming village until a girl out looking after the cows found a large lump of silver, and then suddenly Schwarz became bigger than Augsburg.
Oh, I'm sorry. So she's out looking after the cows, and she just happens to notice a large chunk of silver.
That's the story. But I imagine it is, I mean, it's a 15th century gold rush, silver rush.
Yeah.
It's quite a shanty town for quite a long time.
It just never occurred to me that it would be on the surface.
Gold does in rivers, but in a field. Well, that's the story. Okay, you can't mess with the story. These mines should have been an end to Sigmund's money problems, but he was busy bankrupting himself trying to emulate the Burgundian court. Lavish parties where dwarfs jumped out of cars and wrestled each other.
Oh my goodness.
And he had 50 illegitimate children to support.
Holy cow.
And I think we should do a cameo episode on it, because I really like it.
Okay.
I'd like to read about him. You'd think he didn't lavish money on with his country, and he was constantly living beyond his means, and to pay for it, he sold off the silver mines bit by bit to bankers who lent him money. Frugal wanted to be one of these bankers, but it took 4 years to muscle his way in. Sigmund relied on the Italian bankers. Okay, these were until 1489. And then Sigmund got involved in a border skirmish with Venice, which he only won because he reached the black the Turks were up to. He was so annoyed by this that he wanted to carry on and attack the city of Venice itself. They all seem to do this. They have one victory, and then they think, yeah, I can do this. I can take on Venice. Well, obviously his bankers wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound smart.
So without money, he had to sue for peace. And under swingeing and humiliating terms, Sigmund then went to his bankers and said to pay for the reparations. And again, they said, no, I told you not to do it. So, if Sigmund didn't pay up, the Venetians, with their formidable war machine, would then roll into Tyrol.
Oh no.
But luckily, Jakob Fugger stepped up and offered to lend him the full amount. The deal is an odd one, and I don't really understand it. The deal was that if Sigmund paid, Jakob would get the money from Schwarz until he was paid the full amount from Sigmund. So he'd get all the money from the silver mine. Okay. But if Sigmund didn't repay the money, then Jakob would just go under. Because it's like lending all the money. And I don't know how that would work, because how would you know whether Sigmund was going to pay up or not? But I read it over and over again, and I thought, am I getting this right? But anyway, that's what it said. So.
Or does he get to keep the silver mine if he doesn't get paid, and then at least he has an income?
Well, no, the implication was that the Fugers would actually go under, so it was a huge risk that he was taking.
Really?
So I don't know how that works. Maybe an economist. But anyway, Jakob also insisted, as terms of the loan, that he be given control of the state's treasury. And that wasn't so he could ransack the country for every penny. It was so he could honour the deal and make repayment more likely.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we left it up to Sigmund. Paying dwarfs to jump out of parties.
Did Sigmund agree to that?
Yeah. He didn't have a lot of choice.
Yeah.
It was either that or the But if you remember, it was the Tyrol who wrote massively in 10 years that they weren't going to stop up the money for purchase in the England. That was when they wrote it saying that we think we have this idea put into your head. Kindly get rid of it because we're not having anything to do with it. And I wonder if that was just because they were fed up with crazy emperors and their crackpot schemes. They had Sigmund, and then they had Maximilian, and then this set the scene for later Jakob transactions. He lent money when no one else would. So he was able to set his own terms. It was very risky, but usually it paid off.
Right. But each one, it sounded like when you were talking about Maximilian, it seemed like it was
each time, I'll give you the money, but if I don't get it back, I'm bankrupt every single time. Really high risk. That's what it was. But the fact is,
shocking and very contrary
his chance of bankruptcy became less and less. Yes, but
we're not going to go too far down that
yeah,
road.
he was able to set his own terms. So it wasn't just Maximilian.
But I'm pointing out to you
That
that the state of the field right now is very much in flux.
in 1489, Jacob was attending the Frankfurt Trade Fair. He was given
Most archaeologists and historians find themselves somewhere
Maximilian decided he wanted to take back Vienna from the Habsburgs.
is
And
actually
Jacob agreed to lend him the money. And in fact, Vienna capitulated without a fight, so just like Cyprus, Maximilian said, right, what's the Hungary then?
Oh,
And so they never just think, well, that was good, that was good, yeah, I'll pay back the money, stop and consolidate. And again, they were fighting the Turks, so they didn't want to be bothered with Maximilian. So they signed an agreement opening Hungary up to German merchants.
okay.
Jacob was first in line, and he had an investment plan in mind. The German had their silver mines, but Hungary had copper mines. The copper was useful not only for minting coins, but when mixed with tin to make bronze, it could be made into cannons, as we saw in the Arado days. He was forced to hand over the bronze stockpile from German wars.
Right.
To make equally destiny, cannons to protect himself from the French. And that's what Jacob planned to do. So now he's an arms trader.
Oh, now he's definitely going to be making money.
Oh, yes. He was thinking everything into this venture. I don't know what the other food thought, but just panicking.
The first couple of elements in this lecture are going to be primarily
With the Fugger family.
So he's actually giving up the Fugger family money, not just his?
I'm not sure. At this point, we only hear about Jacob. I think the others are just getting on with their job. He's starting to grow. Yeah, entirely different levels of wealth. There was a lot of upfront capital needed to sink more mines, to build a smelter to refine the copper, and a factory to manufacture cannons. But Jacob said that these risks, quote, most of the time 10 perish before one gets rich. So he was hoping.
And the northern river is the Tigris.
And with the Turks so close, it's taking bigger risks. Yes. And also, how binding is that treaty that Maximilian made with the Hungarians? They just put it up, or could they follow the line of the treaty, but still make it difficult for German merchants to operate?
A series of dams.
So he's taking out of the risk of trying to mitigate his problem. Jacob went into business with Johannes Thurso, who, apart from being an expert in, I don't know whether it's metallurgy or metallurgy, I've heard those, I should go with metallurgy, and mining. He had Hungarian ancestry, so he had trained.
Even if they get rid of the Germans.
Yeah, Thurso was an expert on pumping water out of mines. It was a huge problem because many mine owners were sitting on a gold mine, so to speak, but they couldn't afford to pump the water out of them, and not keep it out.
Yes. I watched there was a documentary about the copper mines in England during the medieval times. And they used water wheels, and they would pump water in order to pump more water out. I didn't understand it. They tried to explain it. Just kept thinking.
Pushing it down from one end so that everything sloshed through.
Yeah, so the water coming down was at a higher pressure, forcing the water from the bottom up to the surface and out. And you end up with a negative amount of water in the mine. Yeah, your facial expression is the same as mine when I was trying to understand that. And when the water wheels weren't working, they used donkeys to run the pumps instead. I don't know. It was very interesting that the fact that they used water in to get water out just totally blows my mind. I don't understand it. If anybody can explain it better than I just tried to, please do.
Well, maybe that's so secret. Yeah, water.
And I think that was actually, what was that? Worst jobs in history. With Tony Robinson. I think it was one of those episodes where he got to go down into the mine and explain it to him.
No, I shall have to think about that one. The logistics of it. Well, Jacob built the factory so there could be lookout turrets to spot the Turks. And it was made more like a fortress than a factory.
Probably smart.
Yeah, and it's an environmental disaster. It's made the felled trees from miles around.
Oh, no.
And they rerouted rivers to use the water and the rubbish.
Humans are so good for the planet.
Anyone who complained was quietly bought off, but not bumped off.
When you started with quietly, I was like, oh no, there's timber. That's how we get the water out of the mine. They just fill it up with bodies.
We were talking about alchemists being the forerunners of today's scientists. Some episodes, I forget which. Fluger employed alchemists to do research using metals that could create gold, copper, and also to teach alchemy. And one of the young men they taught became Paracelsus, who was the founder of modern medicine, and definitely on our list of lectures. He wrote a book on the diseases caused by mining, including black lung.
Really? It was known then?
And my granddad died of black lung, so he's a miner. So obviously not much medical.
No, in preventative medicine this time.
Yes, yeah. Fluker and Maximilian were both hard taskmasters. If there was industrial action, rather than negotiate, Maximilian said, but I don't think that was uncommon.
No.
There wasn't a lot of negotiation.
Oh, I've told you what we are going to do.
I told you I'm going to pay you. If you can't afford to live on it, that's your own problem. And in one of Fluker's mines, one of the workers was executed.
Oh, you can execute somebody?
Oh,
God.
he also petitioned the church to get miners exempted from fasting so that he's not enough working.
Did it work?
I presume so. He's Fluger, these things work. Fluger, knowing the importance of getting information first, set up his own news service. Now, this wasn't to disseminate the news around to people, that was to get information to him. It's sort of a fast and normal postal service.
So we're not talking about he set up a printing press and off he went.
Well, he said that he published the first newspaper. And they apparently look like newspapers. Newspapers are meant to give information spread around lots of people.
Yes.
To one person, so and newspaper proprietor. That was quite right. They fought it as but in 1498 there were no monopoly laws, only the understanding that the business would act in a manner.
A little cynical there.
So a group of mine owners, including Fluger, set up a cartel to fix prices on copper and ensure fast profits. And they had to ask Maximilian's permission, but since they pointed out that the more money they had, the more they were in a position to lend him. So it was pretty much a formality, I think.
Yeah.
Fluger sent his copper mine in Hungary to Danzig, and the other members of the cartel sent him to Tibet. But Fluger was not really a team player. He wasn't at the top, alone at the top, then it wasn't worth doing. He decided to take the others out, the others in the cartel down from the inside. He started sending his copy to Venice, to Mounds, flooding the markets with cheap copper. It was a dangerous move. He was counting on the fact that he was rich enough to take more of it than the others could. And it turned out he was right.
Oh my goodness.
The other members of the cartel stored copper in depots waiting for the price to pick up, and Jacob just kept sending more and more copper to Venice. And one by one the others went under.
Wow.
So they complained to Maximilian that Fluger was acting in an unchristian way. But we'll start Maximilian's details elsewhere. Also, it must have occurred to them, it didn't matter who had the money resources, was going to lend it to him. And out of all of them, Fuga was the most likely to lend it to him, so he was quite happy that he had all the money. If he had a different way of working than most of his counterparts, and we could see it was going from a medieval to a modern method. Yearclerks in each branch kept detailed records. One of the clerks was a very flamboyant character called Matthias Schwartz, who worked all his life in Fugas. He criticised those who, quote, write down their CDs in poorly kept scrapbooks or on slips of paper and stick them to walls or make them reckonings on windowsills, unquote. Researching. Fuga had ledgers and filing cabinets, and it studied supplementary bookkeeping. I don't know what that is. It's when you write to what goes in and what goes out. It's quite simple. But no one was doing it. The Italian bankers started doing it. That's why they got so far ahead. And it seems like quite a sensible thing. Obviously, other people are jotting things down on bits of paper. And he was like in the 70s, is that he checked everything. And there's a note scribbled in the margin in Fuga's hand next to an entry about how much the line manager was spending on lodging, which is a minor point in the scheme of things, but Fuga's financial empire, which is written, quote, I don't know what's going on here.
It's a minor point for a minor. Then a minor road.
But it's that attention to detail that makes him so successful. It'd be hell to work for me.
No, micromanaging it.
In January 1498, they married. He was 39, she was 18. Henry Money, she came from an old prestigious family.
Yes. So he's buying prestige.
He's buying prestige and she's buying money, I suppose.
Transformation of the local population, perhaps with slaves leaving Egypt, but all these models are based on supposition.
1505, Fuga negotiated a part of a trading trip around Africa to Libya, part of the Portuguese effort to break the British hold on the pepper trade. Instead of fighting around the Fed, yes, taught him everything he knows. In fact, he ended up putting 4,000 florins compared to the Welsons, the other national banking in Oxford. They put in 20,000 florins. The ship returned with so much pepper that the price plummeted. But King Manuel of Portugal confiscated the cargo. Yeah, but that was turned out to be a good thing, because when the Welsons and the Fugas finally got it back, the price was figured, so they tripled their investment. And the Welsons went on to fund Matrix and gained their wealth from overseas trade, which was lucrative but risky. Fuga decided to leave it to it, since he found he could make just as much buying the pepper from the Portuguese and selling it on to Germany. Barely didn't risk at all. He was able to supply the Portuguese with copper and silver, which they could bargain on the Portuguese. And Fuga became one of Europe's largest slave wholesalers. Whatever he does, he ends up being the largest.
Yes. Do you have any stories? Sorry, probably spoiler alert. Does he ever fail? Does he have a venture that doesn't work for him?
I'm trying to think if he does, he makes it work. Wow, in some ways. Like the pepper, it failed because there was so much of it in the country failed.
Yeah.
This seems to be remarkably
And a genius. That's a genius level that I don't understand. Okay.
Well, this marked the end of Venice, and ended up buying those pepper from Portugal.
Oh, that must have hurt.
Yes. Among the many services Fuga provided to Maximilian, saving him from himself. But I was thinking, who was going to save him from Fuga? That was his biggest problem. Fuga was paying some of the public officials who worked for Maximilian.
And that's how you like
At the
express
start,
your disgust with
Maximilian
this
knew all
person.
about
And
this
the
and thought it was a good thing since it saved him money because he didn't have to pay for the
emails
bill
that you
himself.
send
It
or
didn't occur to him that if he wasn't the one paying them,
and this is where
they
we get
wouldn't
our
have
first
his best
reference
interests at heart.
I wonder if it was that it didn't occur to him, or he figured.
Written on this figurine that mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem. But the problem with these execution figures, besides the fact that they're fascinating themselves, they're primarily used for topographic information. Like they say the word Jerusalem, which is great, but they don't say anything about Jerusalem other than the creators of figurines didn't like Jerusalem.
Hello, Michelle.
That's all we
Welcome
know.
to a
So
special
not
episode
especially
of
helpful to
podcast
emphasize
examples
where
where
you
in the
to
Tudor era.
and so on. They certainly
And
don't
today,
support the
Yaakov
Bible other than to the
Isn't that
extent
right?
that
Or close enough?
That's what I've been going with.
Okay.
And we didn't put him on our list because his links with England are formidable. But he's well worth doing since, according to the paper, one of the books I read, he was the richest man ever lived.
When was that written?
Oh, recent.
Recent, really?
I can't
And
remember
it has a
exactly.
long description of what the
I
Pharaoh
don't deserve to get
Nebuchadnezzar
this
did in his lifetime, primarily various peoples that he
I think
conquered,
if you take
you know,
the
various
whole economy of the world, you know,
empires
it's not
that
going to make over the economy these days.
Wow.
and then down here at the bottom, there is
He was born in Augsburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg to Frankfurt, Cologne, and Venice.
And I'm assuming this is in the German Principate?
Yeah. Okay. Augsburg instead takes its name from Emperor Augustus. It was founded in 1841 and Tacitus described Augsburg as splendidissima.
Aww.
Okay, that's
No.
Maximilian used it as his base. One of the reasons that Augsburg has been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death miraculously bypassed the town where everywhere else had been decimated.
I wonder how that happened.
Again, no, I didn't go back to 13 whatever.
But now my head's just going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade, and trade would have brought it in.
Maybe they had computers now.
Oh, maybe they were smart and actually followed the lockdown protocols. Humans be smarter.
Well, whatever it is, it's a trick. Anyway, I said figures are rich, but they were normal rich. Plenty of other people who were as rich as they were. But when Yaakov died, he owned just under 2% of all European economic output. So that's a really different scale of rich.
Yes. He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
Yeah, I don't think it was his thing.
No, he just likes using them for money. Sorry,
it's a kind of a monumental architecture.
Yaakov's grandfather Hans had been a peasant. He left the farm for the big city.
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the richest person in the world.
I know, unbelievable.
His son Ata gets a lot more development.
I think Fuga's money-making years probably came down from Hans, because Hans quickly became a wholesaler of textiles.
Which is not easy to get into. You don't have the money to purchase the fabric. The fabric was really expensive.
That's the bit of his life that we haven't got. He went from peasant to textile trader. Okay. But he married twice, both times to daughters of the head of the Wheaties Guild.
So he must have been good looking, otherwise that never would have happened.
Yeah, might be very charismatic, personable.
Well, we'll go with that instead of the Incident Dudley route where he knows secrets and just demands to marry them.
I don't know. When he died, his second wife ran the business for 21 years. And when she died, she was one of the largest taxpayers in Augsburg, so that he his life forever.
Wow. Yeah.
Hans had 2 sons. One was Andreas, and the other one was called Jacob the Elder. Although it was in retrospect. Because that was weird. And Jacob the Elder married Barbara, the daughter of the American Prince.
That doesn't doesn't sound like a German
That
name.
is essentially the
Oh,
kind
no.
of information you get from much of the archaeological
After
record.
Jacob the Elder died, when our Jacob was 10,
You know, just to
Martha
recap for a
ran the
second,
business for 30
the
years.
very earliest parts of the Bible,
Wow.
relying
And during that time, she had 3 daughters and 7 sons as well.
No, not when she was a widow.
Not with them before. I mean, she had to look after them. I was thinking about her time ratio, how much she could spend looking after 10 children and how much she had to into the business. The 7th son was our Jacob, which sounds very cool, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. He would be a wizard if he was the 7th son of a 7th son.
The 10 lost tribes were not removed by surgical.
You would think that having 2 women successfully running the business after the deaths of their husbands would encourage Jacob to recruit women. But no.
Really?
He had quite firm ideas about that.
His mother was overbearing, apparently.
The 6 other sons, his mother didn't need another merchant son, and so destined little Jacob for the priesthood.
Oh, that didn't work.
Well, no, luckily for Jacob, when he was 14, just when he was back in to pick up money, his mother changed her mind. And I don't know whether it's that name, but I can't. It's not natural for the priesthood. Well, how would he cope with that vow of poverty? There'd be constant scams going on in the monastery.
We need a new lead roof.
As we saw in Maximilian's episode, the Fuggers bailed out Emperor Frederick when no one else would. They invented money, but silk and wool, so getting clothes.
Yes, I remember. We don't trust you to have the money, so we'll give you exactly what you need so you can't misuse it.
They received a coat of arms for that. 3 leads for respectability, truthfulness, and rationality. And that side of the family was then off on the Fuggers of the Lily.
Oh, it does actually make sense. Like, you're not having to wonder why they were given those particular emblems. Other people live the
Yeah, the other side of the family have got a different name. Jacob then seen the fact that someone as nominally powerful as the Emperor Frederick couldn't get credit from common guard shoulders. I realised there was one thing that could raise someone to the level of Emperor, and that's money. So writing up to the Emperor thought how shabby he was. And yet he was Emperor. On my way out, he liked his trade in Venice, which was an important trading post, because it linked the Silk Road with the mines. Right, so it's ideally situated to involve all sorts of special spices like pepper. Jacob stayed and traded in the Fondaco Tennis, which is the warehouse of the Germans. And all Germans traded with that. It wasn't just camaraderie amongst the Germans, because all the Germans had to trade in that one place. I'm not sure that was relevant. That was the case for other nationalities. I'm sure it probably was.
Yeah, they were called enclaves throughout Europe, and if you go around to the
Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military onslaught, actually manages
Look at this athleticism.
for a kingdom. He conquers the entire
Look at this.
Mediterranean. He pushes all the way through the Mesopotamian region and even into Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call references Hellenism. Hellas means Greece in Greek, and so Hellenism is essentially Greeceism. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just look at a couple of them. Hellenism at this time was an extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we are still studying today. As it's been said, all philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates too. We are still studying the ideas of the Greeks of the 5th century before the Common Era. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. Maimonides had tremendous respect for Aristotle and quoted him liberally. We also had things like the literature of the Greeks, Aeschylus, the great dramas. Much of our drama today, our popular movies and novels and things like that, is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living, in many ways, very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes, his physics, and so on. And this was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They were like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than what everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They are very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values. And they, especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem, there was just tremendous enthusiasm for Hellenism, to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of how much was too much. When was Judaism going to be submerged, assimilated within Greek culture, such that Judaism would never survive? And this is ultimately the cause of the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. He wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted, said he's got to go home. He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors, and as you can see from this map, Israel is right at the border between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdom. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went back and forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew living in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could, live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed when we talked about this for an hour a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, Greek literature, all kinds of elements of Greek thought, they were actually absorbing things which we would find really, contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice of the Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were, supposed to be a celebration not only of physical skill, but also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics, something like that, it's like something amazing to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see, the musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go into, compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they touch them up like that. So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and truly operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as a Mekir Bris Avraham, someone who denies the covenant of Abraham, our father. So this just gives you a sense, though, of how far they were willing to go to try to absorb Hellenistic values. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV came to power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel. And he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various corrupt high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the temple. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over, how they could best please Antiochus, he said, okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange invisible God that you have and so on. And he attempted to dramatically turn Israel into a Hellenistic country by defiling the temple. This was a bridge too far. And he banned the observance of the Sabbath, banned public study of the Torah, banned circumcision, of course, and we had a popular revolt led initially by Yahu and then by his very capable son, Yehuda Maccabee, who ultimately threw off the yoke of the Greeks. This is a defining moment for Jewish culture, primarily because it represented the first time that the Jews were able to define for themselves how much of an external culture they would tolerate and were willing to take up arms to defend that definition of Judaism. This is a picture from Gustav Doré, the death of Eliezer, who was one of the Maccabee brothers, in a rather heroic moment described in the book of Maccabees. Eliezer thinks that Antiochus himself is on one of the war elephants that the Syrians had brought into Israel, and he dives under it to try and kill it. He is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him and he dies death on the battlefield. But this is a really defining moment for Israeli and for Jewish self-identification, and that is ultimately the message of God. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out in December, so that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. And I myself, I grew up, just as an aside, I was the only Jewish kid in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had a Christmas tree, and all my friends had Christmas trees, and somehow I survived. But at any rate, so that's now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this period. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we've looked at the sources. Once we emerge through the kind of heroic period of the great kings, Saul, David, and Solomon, then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical records really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King Omri and his son Ahab, where there are multiple points of contact between other records and biblical texts. The story continues for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews and their neighbors, usually not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion, the Maccabees managed to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival. The existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to strive with, especially when they're living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending, in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time staking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in a contemporary church. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, let's say a breakaway million of global proportions, and we'll understand exactly what was going on, I hope, within that very complex time. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It is an image of the synagogue as represented in the form of a woman, and the serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged Jewish blindness to the truth of Christianity. This is the kind of material that we'll God willing discuss next week. Thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to seeing you next week.
Stupid TikTok trend alert. You know that's a big 5,000 jugs of water that you can get. Sparkling water. When they're filled up, they're pretty heavy.
commemorating the destruction of the first and second temples of Jerusalem.
Last week was very difficult. Like we looked at some of the most difficult, most poorly documented periods of Jewish history. We had to get into deep historiographic theory. Today we're going to do a little bit of theory, but nothing like what we did last week. we're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, all the way through the Roman occupation of Israel. So we're talking about basically about the year 165 before the Common Era through 63 before the Common Era, where the Romans came in, and then we'll begin to enter the first century of the Common Era. We will conclude with a longer discussion of the emergence of Christianity, which is, of course, a part of Jewish history in a very important way, both in terms of its origins and much more so in terms of the reverberations that we have throughout the centuries. And next week, God willing, we'll continue with that period and we'll look at the unfortunate First Roman Jewish War, destruction of the temple, the exile, whatever exactly that meant, about Kafka revolt, and so on. Hellenism posed a phenomenal challenge to the Jews of ancient Israel. We should recall that the challenge of Hellenism is ongoing. We are still very much engaged in trying to find the right balance between what is appropriate secular influences, the outside world, on our Jewish identity, and how much is really too much. When is it that we cross the line and we end up assimilating and being self-defeating in our attempts to identify ourselves as Jews? So that was an incredibly difficult challenge, and the response to it was the Maccabean revolt, which for a brief period of time kind of set a line in the sand. Until this point, this is the boundary. We're not going to allow more than this Greek influence into our lives. Now, the reality is, it was a very, very short-lived victory, and in fact, Yehuda HaMaccabee, as we discussed last week, and even more so on a longer lecture a little while ago, Yehuda Maccabee, who wanted to fight much harder and longer than his colleagues, he was faced with a lot of war fatigue on the larger populations, and many Jews at one point, they decided to make a deal with the Syrian Greeks and say, listen, if you let us go back to the status quo ante, if you let us go back to observing Shabbos the way we used to, learning Torah the way we used to, practicing our own decisions with child rearing and education, things like that, then it'll be fine. We'll continue to recognize you as the overlords, we'll continue to give you tribute, and so on. Yehuda Maccabee wanted to fight to the bitter end, but he was unfortunately, for his position, blindsided by the Jews who were more moderate and wanted to come to some kind of, modus vivendi with the Syrian Greeks. This is in 164 of the Common Era. We nevertheless were able to kind of mark that as a very important turning point, because that's when the temple was liberated and cleaned from much of its Hellenism influences. However, almost as soon as the hostilities ceased, we were right back into it again. Even the Maccabees themselves, not so much the immediate family, but certainly the wider society, and especially the urban center in Jerusalem, went straight back to their Hellenizing ways. There's just so much powerful material in the Greek culture, and so the Jews went right back. I say the Jews, I should really generalize about them, which reminds me of a joke. I have to tell you this joke. I was thinking I'd start with this joke, but I told you. So the joke goes like this. I apologize, but maybe I'll cut it out of the internet. The two Jews are walking down the street, and they see a sign in front of the church door, and it's kind of Christianity. Yeah, thank you. So they're walking in front of the church. We were talking about Christianity.
And I'm Michelle. Welcome to a special episode of podcast examines lives in the Tudor era. And today, Yaakov, isn't that right? Close enough? That's what I've been going with. Okay. But we didn't put him on our list because his links with England are minimal. But he's well worth doing, since according to the title of one of the books I read, he was the richest man ever living. When was that written? Oh, recent. Recent, really? I can't remember the exact date. I don't know about against muscle as well. I think it's the whole economy of the world. He owns a big chunk of it, but they own the whole economy these days. Wow. He was born in Augsburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg to Frankfurt, Cologne.
and Venice.
And I'm assuming this is in the German Principate?
Yeah. Okay. Augsburg incidentally takes its name from Emperor Augustus. It was founded in 1841 and Tacitus described Augsburg as splendidissima. Aww, look at that. No! Maximilian used it as the base of one of the reasons that Augsburg had been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death miraculously bypassed the town when everywhere else had been decimated.
I wonder how that happened. But now my head's just going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade, and trade would have brought it in.
Maybe they had complete shutdowns before the lockdown.
Well, maybe they were smart and actually followed the lockdown protocols. Humans be smarter.
Well, whatever it is, it's a trick. Anyway, I said food was rich, but they were normal rich. Plenty of other people were as rich as they were. But when Jacob died, he earned just under 2% of all European economic output. So that's a pretty different scale of rich.
Yes. He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
Yeah, so I don't think it was his thing.
No, he just likes using them for money. Oh, sorry.
Jacob's grandfather Hans had been a peasant. He left the farm for the big city.
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the richest person in the world.
Now that's unbelievable. Well, I think Fuchs' money-making genes probably came down from Hans, because Hans quickly became a wholesaler of textiles.
Which is not easy to get into. You have to have the money to purchase the fabric. Fabric was really expensive.
That's the bit of his life that we haven't got, the bit that went from peasant to textile trader. Okay. But he married twice, both times he daughters of the heads of the Weavers Guild.
So he must have been good looking, otherwise that never would have happened.
Yeah, he was very charismatic, first of all.
Well, we'll go with that instead of the Instant Dudley route where he knows secrets and just demands to marry.
I don't know what's no secrets in peasants. I don't know. When he died, his second wife ran the business for 21 years. And when she died, she was one of the largest taxpayers in Augsburg, so it was a big leap in his life.
Wow. Yeah.
Hans had 2 sons. One was Andreas, and the other one was called Jacob the Elder, in retrospect. Because that was weird.
Yes.
And Jacob the Elder married Barbara, the daughter of the man who married Mint.
That doesn't sound like a German name to me.
Oh, no.
No.
After Jacob the Elder died, when our Jacob was 10, Barbara ran the business for 30 years.
Wow.
And during that time, she had 3 daughters and 7 sons as well.
No, not when she was a widow.
Not met them before. I mean, she had to go after them. I was thinking about her time ratio, how much she spent looking after 10 children, and how much she had to. The 7th son was our Jacob Fuchs. That's very difficult, isn't it?
Yes, it does.
Son Jacob.
He would be a wizard if he was the 7th son of the 7th son.
You would think that having 2 women successfully running the business after the deaths of their husbands would encourage Jacob to be women. But no.
Really?
He had quite firm ideas about that.
His mother was overbearing, apparently.
With 6 other sons, his mother didn't need another merchant son, and so destined little Jacob for the priesthood.
Oh, that didn't work.
Well, no, luckily for Jacob, when he was 14, he just went back to Egypt to become a monk. His mother changed her mind. And I don't know whether this is that magic, because it's not a natural for priesthood. Well, how would he cope with that vow of poverty? There'd be constant scams going on in the monastery.
very
We
important.
need a new lead roof. I
Read it critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why
As we saw in Maximilian's episode, Fugus bailed out Emperor Frederick when no one else would. They didn't lend him money, but he said, yes, I remember. We don't trust you to have the money, so we'll give you exactly what you need so you can't misuse it. They received counterballs to that. It's 3 lilies for respectability, truthfulness, and rationality. And that side of the family is then their uncle, the Fugus of the Lily.
Oh, that actually makes sense. Like, you're not having to wonder why they were given those particular emblems. Other people, you look at the emblems
in particular
that's
for
Yeah, the other side of the family got over this name. I can't remember
which is one passage that occurs in Josephus' work.
Jacob raising the fact that someone as nominally powerful as the Emperor Frederick couldn't get credit from Commandant Schock. I realised there was one thing that could raise someone to the level of Emperor, and that's money. So you might have looked at the Emperor and thought, shabby it was. And yet he was Emperor. One way out. The United Trade in Venice, which was an important trading post, because it linked the Silk Road with the Rhine. Right. So it's ideally situated for all sorts of things, especially spices like pepper. Jacob stayed and traded in the Fondaco in Venice, to the warehouse or depot of the Germans. And all Germans traded from there. And it wasn't just camaraderie amongst the Germans, it was all the Germans had to trade from one thing. I'm not sure that was the case for other
Yes.
I'm sure it probably was.
Yeah, they were called enclaves throughout Europe, and if you go around to the trade rolls or the tax rolls, they will say German enclave, Italian enclave, Jewish enclave. They're everywhere in Europe. I came across them a couple of times when I was researching third. So they've been there for a very long time under the British rule. Or what we're doing now. But yeah, for some reason, I guess maybe it was easier to tax them because they'd also be paying what could be called a poll tax. You'd be paying for being a non-resident, an additional tax on top of everything else.
Also, I suppose if you fell out with their home country, you could kick them out. Beat them out,
Yeah, it was very common. I always assumed it was racial, but maybe you're right. It was just for politics.
And let's treat us
It's in Venice that people started wearing the gold hat. And that's a gold-coloured hat, not a solid gold hat.
Well, they did have gold thread.
Yeah, probably. It's more a sort of, not quite a face, sort of soft face shape with a little tassel on the top.
Okay.
Quite nice, actually. In 1478, Jacob was sent to Rome to deal with his elder brother's affairs because Marcus had died in one of the main bouts of the plague.
That's not smart. Although it's easier with an adult than a child.
Yeah, Italy really did seem to be riddled with it. Parents out in Milan, far Rome, constantly getting plague.
If we look at the geography of Italy, a lot of boats ended up stopping there, and it was all over the peninsula. It's basically a peninsula, so they have more access areas for ships with ports with the rats.
And also, the original plague, the Black Death, came from Genoa, didn't it? So there was a boat coming into Genoa.
Yes.
That launched into Europe. Then Jacob returned to Augsburg to start working in the family firm. And the family sent him to Austria to look after their mining assets. And this was not a big part of their business, so it implies they were just using him gradually, while not actually trusting him with textile.
It's like an apprenticeship, basically. Smart.
And Jacob excelled, and suddenly mining was up there with textiles as Fuga's top business concern.
Wow. Well done.
It's almost like a fairy tale, isn't it? The youngest son,
Yeah.
not being trusted with things and then coming in trouble.
Yeah.
Mines were owned by which took Sigmund to the Tyrol. They sent it on a place called Schwarz, which had been a farming village until a girl out looking after the cows found a large lump of silver, and then suddenly Schwarz became bigger than Augsburg.
Oh, I'm sorry. So she's out looking after the cows, and she just happens to notice a large chunk of silver.
That's the story. But I imagine it being, I mean, it's a sort of 15th century gold rush or silver rush.
Yeah.
It was quite a shanty town for quite a long time.
It just never occurred to me that it would be on the surface.
Gold does in river passing, don't you?
But in a field?
Well, that's the story. Okay. You can't mess with the story. These mines should have been an end to Sigmund's money problems, but he was busy bankrupting himself trying to emulate the Burgundian courts. Through lavish parties where dwarfs jumped out of pies and wrestled each other.
Oh my goodness.
And he had 50 illegitimate children to support.
Holy cow.
And I think we should do a cameo episode on it, because I really like him.
Okay.
Like, he thinks he didn't lavish money on was his country, and he was constantly living beyond his means and had to pay for it. He sold off the silver mines bit by bit to bankers who lent him money. Fugger wanted to be one of these bankers, but it took 4 years to muscle his way in. Sigmund relied on Italian bankers. Okay, at least until 1489. And then Sigmund got involved in a border skirmish with Venice, which he only won because of the preoccupied with the Turks were up to. And he was so buoyed by this that he wanted to carry on and attack the city of Venice itself. They all seem to do this. They have one victory, and then they think, yeah, I can do this. I can take on Venice. Well, obviously his bankers wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound so bad.
And without money, he had to sue for peace. And under swindling and humiliating terms, Sigmund then went to his bankers to get them to pay for reparations. Okay, and again, they said, no, we told you not to do it. So, if Sigmund didn't pay up, the Venetians, with their formidable war machine, would then roll into the Tyrol.
Oh no.
But luckily, Jakob Fugger stepped up and offered to lend him the full amount. The deal is an odd one, and I don't really understand it. But the deal was that if Sigmund paid, Jakob would get the money from Schwarz until he was paid the full amount from Sigmund. So he'd get all the money from the silver mines. Okay. But if Sigmund didn't repay the money, then Jakob would just go under. Because he's likely to lend him all the money. And I don't know how that would work, because how would he know when the Sigmund was going to pay up or not? But I read it over and over again, and I thought, am I getting this right? But anyway, that's what it says. So.
Or does he get to keep the silver mine if he doesn't get paid, and then at least he has an income?
Well, no, the implication was that the Fuggers would actually go under, so it was a huge risk that he was taking.
Really?
So I don't know how that works. Maybe an economist can explain it. But anyway, Jakob also insisted, as terms of the loan, that he be given control of the state treasury. And that wasn't so he could ransack the country for every penny. It was so he could keep it on an even keel and make repayment more likely.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we left it up to Sigmund. He could pay dwarfs to jump out of pies.
Did Sigmund agree to that?
Yeah. He didn't have a lot of choice. Yeah, I mean, it was either that or Venetian. And if you remember, it was the Tyrol who wrote to Maximilian telling him that they weren't going to stump up the money for Persians invasion of England. Because that was when they wrote to him saying that we think this idea put into your head, kindly get rid of it because we're not having anything to do with it. And I wonder if that was just because they were fed up with crazy emperors and their crackpot schemes. They had Sigmund, and then they have Maximilian. This set the scene for later Jakob transactions. He lent money when no one else would. So he was able to set his own terms, and it was very risky, but usually it paid off.
Right. But each one, it sounded like, when we were talking about Maximilian, it seemed like it was each time, I'll give you the money, but if I don't get it back, I'm bankrupt every single time. Like, really high risk.
I think it was. But the fact he
It's really disappointing to
more
reach
money,
like
so I suppose
experience actually in
his chance of bankruptcy
one
became
major
less and less.
claims do
Yes,
not live
but
up to the exalted
yeah, he
view
was
that we
able
would like
to
to have
set his own
of
terms.
Jewish kings.
So I
A
presume it
couple of
wasn't just
exceptions that
Maximilian.
I think are interesting
They
for historical
ridiculous
purposes.
amounts on top.
Yochanan Erkenes here, one of the
In
major
1489, Jacob was attending the Frankfurt Trade Fair, as he did every year,
he was a
obviously,
remarkably
and
effective
he
military
met Maximilian.
of the
And Maximilian decided he wanted to take back Vienna for the Habsburgs.
Maccabean state, and he
And Jacob agreed
expanded
to give him
significantly
money.
himself.
In fact, Vienna capitulated without a fight, so just like Sigmund, Maximilian said, right, on to Hungary then.
Oh,
So
no.
they never just think, well, that was good, that was easy. I can pay back the money.
Stop and consolidate.
And again, they were fighting the Turks, so they didn't want to be bothered with Maximilian. So they signed an agreement opening Hungary up to German merchants.
Okay.
Jacob was first in line, and he had this and in mind. Because the German had their silver mines, but Hungary had copper mines. And copper was useful not only for minting coins, but when mixed with tin to make bronze, it could be made into cannons, as we saw in Leonardo's episode, where he was forced to hand over the bronze stockpile to the giant horse.
Right.
To make air-cooled Restream cannons to protect themselves from the French. And that's what Jacob planned to do. So now he's an arms trader.
Oh, now he's definitely going to be making money.
Oh, yes. He was thinking everything into this venture. I don't know what the other fooders thought. They must have been panicking.
By the way, this is like the
Obviously, he's going to use cabbage in the pub. A real Fugger family.
So he's actually giving up the Fugger family money, not just his?
I'm not sure. At this point, we only hear about Jacob. I think the others are just sort of getting on with their job. He's just trying to sort of grow. Yeah, to entirely different levels of wealth. There was a lot of upfront capital needed to sink more mines, to build a smelter to refine the copper, and a factory to manufacture cannons. And Jacob said of the risks, quote, most of the time 10 perish before one gets rich. Unquote. So he was hoping to be the one. And with the Turks so close, he was taking bigger risks.
Yes.
And also, how binding was that treaty that Maximilian had made with the Hungarians? They just pick it up? Or could they follow the line of the treaty, but still make it difficult for German merchants to operate? So he's taking out of the risk. But to try and alleviate these problems, Jacob went into business with Johannes Thurston, who, apart from being an expert, I never know whether it's metallurgy or metallurgy. I've heard both, so I should go with metallurgy and mining. He had Hungarian ancestry, so he'd be able to trade.
Or even if they get rid of the Germans.
Yeah. Thurso was an expert on pumping water out of mines, which was a huge problem because many mine owners were sitting on a gold mine, so to speak, but they couldn't afford to pump the water out of it, so they all kicked it out.
Yes. I watched there was a documentary about the copper mines in England during the medieval times. And they used water wheels and they would pump water in order to pump more water out. I didn't understand it. They tried to explain it. I just kept thinking,
Sort of whooshing it down from one end so that everything sloshed through and
yeah. So the water coming down was at a higher pressure, forcing the water from the bottom up to the surface and out. And you'd end up with a negative amount of water in the mine. Yeah, your facial expression is the same as mine when I was trying to understand that. And when the water wheels weren't working, they used donkeys to run the pumps instead. I don't know. It was very interesting, but the fact that they used water in to get water out just totally blows my mind. I don't understand. If anybody can explain it better than I just tried to, please do.
well, maybe that's Thurso's secret.
Yes.
Water.
And I think that was actually, what was that? Worst jobs in history. Tony Robinson. I think it was one of those episodes where he got to go down into a mine and they explained it to him.
I shall have to think about that one. The logistics of it. Well, Yaakov built the factory so there could be lookout turrets that would stop the Turks, and it was made more like a fortress than a factory.
Probably smart.
Yeah, but it's an environmental disaster. Fugus men fell trees for miles around.
Oh, no.
And they rerouted rivers to use the water and to dump rubbish in.
Humans are so good for the planet.
Troubling civil war going on between these two brothers, and
Anyone who complained was quite bought off. But not bought off.
When you started with quietly, I was like, oh no, now we're timber. That's how we get the water out of the mine. They just fill it up with bodies.
We were talking about alchemists being the forerunners of today's scientists in some episode. Fugger employed alchemists to do research using metals that could create gold, and also to teach alchemy. And one of the young men they taught became Paracelsus, who was the father of modern medicine, and definitely on our list of Patreon subjects. He wrote a book on the diseases caused by mining, including black lung.
Really? It was known then?
And my granddad died of black lung, so he's a miner. So obviously there was not much medical.
No, preventative medicine
At this time.
Yes.
Fugger and Maximilian were both hard taskmasters. If there was industrial action, rather than negotiate, Maximilian said to the troops. I don't think that was uncommon.
No,
There wasn't a lot of negotiation.
Oh, I've told you what we are going to do.
Yes, I told you I'm going to pay you. And you can't afford to live on it, that's your own problem. And in one of Fugger's mines, one of the workers was executed.
You can execute somebody?
So,
Oh, God.
he also petitioned the church to get miners exempted from fasting so they'd be strong enough to keep working.
That's right. Did it work?
I presume so. It's Fugger, these things work. Fugger, knowing the importance of getting information first, set up his own news service. Now, this wasn't to disseminate a huge amount of people, that was to get information to him. Alone, faster than a normal postal service.
So we're not talking about he set up a printing press and off you went.
Well, he said that he published the first newspaper. They probably looked like newspapers. The newspapers are meant to get information spread around lots of people.
Yes.
To one person, so newspaper proprietor. That was quite right. In 1498, there were no monopoly laws. The only understanding that the businessmen were practicing Christian manner.
A little cynical there.
So a group of miners, including Fugger, set up a cartel to fix prices on copper and ensure fast profits. And they had to ask Maximilian's permission. And since they pointed out that the more money they had, the more they'd be in a position to lend him. Well, it was pretty much a formality, I think.
Yeah.
Fugger sent his copper mining in Hungary to Danzig, and the other members of the cartel sent him to Venice. Fugger was not really a team player. He wasn't at the top, alone at the top, but it wasn't worth doing. He decided to take the others in the cartel down from the inside. He started sending his copper to Venice in huge rounds, flooding the market with cheap copper. Wow, it was a dangerous move. He was counting on the fact that he was rich enough to take more of a hit than the others could. And it turned out to be right.
Oh my goodness.
The other members of the cartel stored the copper in depots waiting for the price to pick up, but Yaakov just kept sending more and more copper to Venice. And one by one the others went under.
Wow.
So they complained to Maximilian that Fugger was acting in an unchristian way. But for a start, Maximilian was busy elsewhere. And also, it must have occurred to them that it didn't really matter who had the money as long as the person was going to lend it to him. Out of all of them, Fugger was the most likely to lend it to him. So Maximilian was quite happy that Fugger had all the money. Yeah, he had a different way of working than most of his counterparts, and we could see it as going from a medieval to a modern method. He had clerks in each branch who kept detailed records. One of the classes, a very flamboyant character called Matthias Schwartz,
If you look
who
at
worked all his life,
numerous anti-Jewish statements,
he criticized those who, quote, write down their dealings in poorly kept scrapbooks or on slips of paper, stick them to the walls, or make them reckonings or window sills, unquote.
For example,
After researching.
tremendous ratio of days off,
Fuga
days working.
had ledgers and filing cabinets, and he studied double entry bookkeeping.
I don't know what that is.
It's when you write in what goes in and what goes out. It's quite simple. Oh, right. No one was doing it. The Italians back then started doing it. That's why they were so far ahead. Well, and it seems like quite a sensible thing, but obviously other people were doing jotting things down on bits of paper. And he was like Henry VII, in that he checked everything. And there's a note scribbled in the margin in Fuga's hand, next to an entry about how much the line manager was spending on food and lodging, which is a minor point in the huge scheme of things like Fuga's financial empire. And he's written, quote, I don't know what's going on here.
It's a minor point for a minor. I've been a minor rep.
But it's that attention to detail that makes him so successful. But it'd be hell to work for.
No, micromanaging at the
Roman Jewish war of the end of the first century had any special antipathy towards
January 1498, they married. He was 39, she was 18. He had the money, she came from a prestigious family.
This will change dramatically with the word Christianity.
Yes. So he's buying prestige.
And I mentioned already the nature of
He's buying prestige, she's buying
what
money.
exactly happened to the political life of Jews in Israel? So the Romans, according to their notion of Pax Romana, they basically said, fine, we are in charge right now.
1505, Fuga negotiated after a trading trip around Africa to India.
We will
Started
allow you to have
Portuguese
your own
efforts to
king.
break
The
the
only thing
Venetian hold on the pepper
is,
trade.
the kingship is no
Instead of
longer
fighting the hand
hereditary, and
yeah,
every king
thought of
must be
everything made.
confirmed by
In fact, he ended up putting
the
4,000 florins
there, and he will
compared to
set
the
the amount
Welsons,
of the
the other
tribute
back
that you have to pay and so on. So they had kings, and Jewish
they paid
kings did
20,000
continue well
florins.
into the first
The
century.
ship returned with so much pepper that the price plummeted.
Herod really shortly thereafter. So
But
these
King
kings
Manuel
were
of Portugal confiscated the
Roman
cargo.
authority and completely subservient, sometimes called
Yeah, but that was still actually a good thing, because when the Welsons and Fugas finally got it back, the price had risen again, so they tripled their investment. But the Welsons went on to fund many trips and gained their wealth from overseas trade, which was lucrative but risky. Fuga decided to leave them to it, since he found he could make just as much buying the pepper from the Portuguese and selling it on to Germany with barely any risk at all.
Bloodthirsty,
Wow.
savage,
He was able to supply the Portuguese with copper and silver, with which they could bargain on their voyages to India.
murderous.
And Fuga became one of Europe's largest spice wholesalers. Whatever he does, he ends up being the largest.
Yes. Do you have any stories? Sorry, probably spoiler alert. Does he ever fail? Does he have a venture that doesn't work for him?
I'm trying to think if he does, he makes it work. Wow, in some way. It's like the pepper. I mean, it was doomed to fail because there was so much of it, it was going to likely fail.
Yeah.
It's complicated. He just seemed to be remarkably fortunate.
And a genius. That's a genius level that I don't understand.
So he was definitely not
Wow.
favored
Okay.
by the Jewish
So this marked the end for
society
Venice,
as a
and
whole
they ended up buying their peppers from
his
Portugal.
rapacious
She
nature,
would play.
which is one sense of it,
Fire Mr. Fuga.
Oh, that must have hurt.
His father
Yes.
was Antipater, who we mentioned earlier, so he came
Among the
from
many services Fuga provided for Maximilian, saving
so
him
he
from
always had
himself.
kind of like, there was a question
So I
mark
was thinking, who was going to save him from Fuga? That was his biggest problem. Fuga was paying some of the public officials who worked for Maximilian.
He was able to take control.
And bizarrely,
So one of the things that he
Maximilian
did to
knew
try
all
to
about
cement
this
his
and thought it was a
authority
good thing.
is he married
Since it
one
saved
of the
him money because
last
he
of the
didn't have to pay for it
Ptolemaic
himself.
queens.
It didn't occur to him that if he wasn't the one paying them,
But this one was
they wouldn't have his best interests at
Japanese
heart.
herself,
I wonder
if it was that it didn't occur to him, or he figured this was the exact same as what was going on everywhere else. Like, how many foreign kings were paying for their courtiers in other people's kingdoms to put in a good word to that king? The only difference is he's not paying them a wage at all now.
I suppose the other kings are paying their own courtiers to go over.
Not necessarily. In Louis XII's episode, I'm assuming this is coming out after that, Louis was paying Cardinal Wolsey and Charles Brandon.
That's true.
Yeah. And in the Diplomats episode with De Ayala, we found that they got paid even after they left their destination country and got back home. And it was all out in the open. Every king knew that every other king was paying their courtiers.
Well, I think Maximilian must have been at a different level at Maximilian's court because he was commented on so much.
Right. Well, if he's not paying them at all, that is a different dynamic.
Yes, because other people are getting money on both sides.
Yes.
If Maximilian isn't paying them at all, then they are Fugger's men.
Yes.
There's no ambiguity at all, is there?
Not at all.
The Lisbon agent for the Welses said of Maximilian, quote, he has advisors who are parasites that control him completely. They're almost all rich, but the emperor's poor.
Yeah, that's not a good system.
No. And there wasn't any way out for him.
Not unless he can find money somewhere. Oh, Fugger! Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you pay me and I'll pay them instead of the other way around?
I don't think that would suit Mr. Fugger. Machiavelli said, quote, his easy nature causes him to be deceived. A friend of the emperor told me that anyone could cheat him without his knowing it, unquote. But it even took him ages to realize that the copper he was selling him at premium prices actually came from his own France.
Oh, ouch! Bless him.
I really do feel like that, especially every turn. You think, oh, come on, just put your head out of the sand.
You can do it. I believe in you.
The Medici turned wealth into political power. Fugger didn't want to do that, although he was able to manipulate events just using the giving and withholding of loans,
Which is basically
political power. It is. It's not so upfront as when the Medici took over
Yes.
Florence.
Yes.
So there's more underhanded, I think. Fugger's investments in Hungary, that he got when Maximilian gave the merchant rights to the Germans, and which was actually to give his further, were his investments were put in jeopardy by a peasant's uprising. And it's totally justifiable, I think. And the incursion of the Turks.
Yes.
It's all too convoluted and really quite brutal to go into, so another time for that, I think. But Fugger needed someone to settle the Hungarian problem so that he could trade the peace.
We should probably tell people that if they do want more detail on the Hungarian and Ottoman Turk problem, then the next special episode on Patreon is something minute to explain all this issue.
Oh, I can't wait, because I don't know.
It's very detailed. I'm trying to figure out how to make it a little bit less confusing or chaotic. Frenetic is a better word.
Yes, that's what the bit I read. That's why I thought, yeah, another time. So Fugger needs someone to settle this situation. He turned to Maximilian and told him, marry off some of your family to the Hungarian royal family, or there'll be no more loans for you.
Seriously, he tried to dictate that to Maximilian.
So tried. Obviously, Maximilian was onto a good shot. And his grandson Ferdinand would marry Anne,
Yeah,
and the granddaughter Mary would marry Louis.
yeah,
As we saw in Maximilian's episode, hadn't been born yet.
right.
And so, that Austro-Hungarian empire was born, and it was Fugger who birthed it.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. His power is
Yeah.
real. And at the double wedding, Fugger brought some bling for Maximilian to wear so he could born a part of a fabulously wealthy, respected granddad-in-law. Oh my goodness, just like the Figure's biggest dad.
Well, my brain is just, I can see diplomatically people saying you should marry so-and-so to so-and-so because you just committed or just invaded your country. He's gonna just buy money.
Well, what else is food? Figure has nothing else to bargain.
Yes, but the fact that it was successful is just surprising. There is no physical violence implied, just starve.
Which I guess is physical violence. You wouldn't be totally starving, but you wouldn't be able to play soldier.
Yes.
Yes.
And these are people who long
Up to his 50s, Figure had been living relatively modestly in his mother-in-law's house. Actually sounded lovely. Figure bought the house and 2 others either side, knocked them down and built a palace. Pricey there.
So sentimentality is source here.
Never say plain, but apparently the back had marble floors which were to get death cut because they were so slippery. Oh, and had columns and fountains and gold everywhere. It's a pity because the other house
Yes.